Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build meaningful, fulfilling relationships while staying true to themselves. Many men unknowingly sabotage their relationships by making mistakes that erode trust, respect, and connection. Some of these actions might seem harmless or even helpful at first, but they carry long-term consequences that can be difficult to repair. These missteps don't just affect the relationship, they impact your self-respect, your confidence, and your ability to grow as an individual. What if I told you that avoiding these pitfalls could completely transform your relationships, making them healthier, stronger, and more authentic? It's not about manipulation or tactics. It's about embodying Stoic wisdom and living with purpose, dignity, and integrity. These principles aren't just for relationships, they're a blueprint for a better life. Stick with me, and you'll learn how to avoid these common mistakes, while becoming the kind of man who commands respect, inspires trust, and builds deeper, more lasting connections. Whether you're in a relationship, dating, or simply reflecting on your approach to life, these 10 lessons will guide you toward a path of strength and clarity. 1. Never compromise your values for approval. I've seen it time and time again, men contorting themselves into shapes they don't even recognize to win approval. It's tragic, really, because the moment you compromise your values to please someone else, you sacrifice the very thing that makes you dependable, admirable, and, ultimately, worthy of respect. And I've been there. I've done it. I know how it feels. Let me tell you a story. There was a time in my life when I tried to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. I muted my opinions, ignored my instincts, and told myself I was being understanding. But deep down I knew the truth. I wasn't standing up for what I believed in. And the worst part, I started resenting myself for it. That resentment grows. It poisons your soul bit by bit, because every time you betray your values, you erode the foundation of your character. Marcus Aurelius, a great Stoic thinker, reminds us, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. That means you hold your standards high, not because it's easy or convenient, but because it's the right thing to do. And let's be clear. Standing by your values doesn't mean being rigid or unkind. It means having the courage to say, this is who I am, and I will not compromise my principles, no matter the cost. When you live this way, you gain something far more valuable than fleeting approval. You gain self-respect. You become someone who can be relied upon, someone who knows the weight of their word. And here's the thing. When you stand firm, you'll find that the right people gravitate toward you. They'll respect you, not in spite of your values, but because of them. That's how meaningful relationships are built, not on lies, but on truth. 2. Don't base your happiness on her actions. I've learned that when you base your happiness on someone else's actions, you hand over control of your emotional state. It's like tying your self-worth to the rise and fall of the stock market. Unstable, unpredictable, and deeply unwise. There was a time in my life when I waited anxiously for texts, sought constant reassurance, and measured my worth by how someone treated me. It was exhausting, and worse, it left me powerless. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught that our happiness depends on our perceptions and choices, not on external circumstances. He said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is liberating if you let it be. It means that no one, not even someone you love, should dictate your emotional state. You're the one in charge of how you interpret and respond to life. When I finally realized this, everything changed. I started focusing on what I could control: my thoughts, my actions, and my sense of purpose. If she was upset, I didn't let it derail my day. I offered support without absorbing the chaos. If she didn't respond the way I hoped, I reminded myself that my value wasn't diminished by her silence. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care wisely. You stop clinging to the idea that your happiness hinges on anyone else. And here's the paradox. When you no longer rely on someone to make you happy, you become more attractive, more centered, and more capable of giving love freely. Why? Because you're not grasping for it. You've built your foundation on something far sturdier, your own inner stability. 3. Avoid begging for attention or love. There's a quiet desperation in begging for love or attention. I've been there, and it's a humiliating place to be. You tell yourself that if you just try harder, say the right thing, or give more, they'll finally see your worth. But here's the truth. Love that needs to be begged for isn't love at all. It's a transaction, and a one-sided one at that. The Stoics would urge us to approach relationships with dignity and self-respect. Seneca once wrote, "A good character is the only guarantee of everlasting carefree happiness." Begging, on the other hand, is the opposite of good character. It's a sign that you've abandoned your own sense of worth in the hope that someone else will validate you. When I stopped chasing validation, I found something surprising. The people worth having in my life were drawn to me naturally. They didn't need convincing or pleading. And the others? They faded away, leaving room for healthier connections. It was a painful but necessary lesson. Begging devalues you in their eyes and in your own. Love that's given freely without coercion or desperation is the only kind that lasts. By standing firm, you show the world and yourself that you're worthy of respect and that you'll settle for nothing less. 4. Don't lose yourself in the relationship. It's easy to lose yourself in a relationship, especially when love is new and intoxicating. You start neglecting your hobbies, your friends, and even your goals, thinking you're being a good partner. But I've learned that sacrificing too much of yourself doesn't lead to closeness. It leads to resentment, both from you and the other person. A Stoic man knows that self-mastery is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you're constantly focused on someone else's needs at the expense of your own, you lose your sense of individuality and purpose. And without that, what do you truly have to offer? I once put all my energy into making a relationship work, believing that if I just gave enough, everything would be perfect. But in doing so, I stopped pursuing my own interests. Over time, I realized I wasn't just losing myself, I was becoming less attractive to my partner. When I finally started reclaiming my time, passions, and goals, the dynamic shifted. I was no longer dependent on the relationship for my sense of identity, and that made all the difference. The strongest relationships are built on mutual respect and individuality, Keep your foundation intact, or you'll have nothing solid to stand on when the storms come. 5. Avoid overreacting or acting out of jealousy. Jealousy is a powerful emotion, and if left unchecked, it can destroy even the strongest relationships. I've felt its sting, the burning need to control, to know, to question. But here's the thing. Jealousy isn't about the other person. It's about your own insecurity and fear. Epictetus taught, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. What he meant is that you need to accept what you cannot control and focus on mastering your own reactions. Jealousy often arises from imagining scenarios that may not even be real. It's irrational and counterproductive. When I learned to pause and reflect before reacting, everything changed. I started asking myself, what's really driving this feeling? Most of the time, it wasn't the other person. It was my own unresolved fears. By addressing those fears within myself, I became less reactive and more grounded. Jealousy isn't a sign of love, it's a sign of insecurity. A Stoic man works on building his own confidence and self-respect, rather than trying to control someone else's behavior. That's where true strength lies. 6. Don't expect her to complete you. I used to believe in the idea of finding my other half. It's a romantic notion, isn't it? The idea that someone out there will fill all the gaps in your life and make you whole. But the truth is, expecting another person to complete you places an unfair burden on them and sets you up for disappointment. I've learned, painfully at times, that completeness isn't something you find in another. It's something you cultivate within yourself. The Stoics teach us to be self-sufficient. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Relying on someone else to complete you is the opposite of freedom. It binds you to their actions, moods, and flaws." I remember being in a relationship where I pinned all my hopes on the other person. When they were happy, I felt great. When they were upset, my world crumbled. I wasn't living my own life. I was living in reaction to theirs. That kind of dependency isn't love. It's a form of self-neglect. Completeness comes from building a life you're proud of, one filled with purpose, growth, and self-respect. When you do that, you enter relationships not as someone seeking to be fixed, but as someone ready to share your strength. And that's the foundation for a partnership that truly thrives. 7. Avoid gossiping or speaking ill of her. There's a destructive power in gossip, and I've seen it firsthand. When you vent about your partner to others, it might feel cathartic in the moment, but it plants seeds of mistrust and resentment, both in you and in the person you're confiding in. Seneca said, "It is a great thing to know the season for speech and the season for silence." This wisdom applies doubly in relationships. Speaking ill of someone you care about not only damages their reputation, but also undermines your own integrity. I once confided in a friend about a disagreement with my partner. My words were harsh, exaggerated, and frankly unfair. It felt good to vent, but later I realized I had tainted my friend's view of her. And for what? A fleeting sense of relief. It wasn't worth it. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to address issues directly with the person involved. It's not always easy, but it's the only way to maintain respect and honesty in a relationship. Gossiping might feel like a release, but it's a trap. The Stoic path is to speak with intention and kindness, or not at all. 8. Don't ignore red flags. I've ignored red flags before, convincing myself that things would get better or that I could fix them. It's a mistake I won't make again. The Stoics teach us to see things as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change. I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone." Ignoring red flags is self-deception. It's choosing comfort over truth. I've stayed in relationships longer than I should have, hoping things would magically improve. But every time, those early warning signs proved to be the cracks that eventually broke the foundation. Now, I pay attention to what my instincts are telling me. If something feels off, I address it directly. Stoic wisdom reminds us that facing uncomfortable truths is far better than living in a comforting lie. A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect, honesty, and alignment, not on wishful thinking. 9. Don't try to control her. Control is an illusion. I learned this the hard way. In my younger years, I thought that if I could just manage the details, her choices, her time, her interactions, I could create the perfect relationship. But all I did was create tension and drive a wedge between us. Epictetus reminds us, some things are up to us and some things are not. A person's thoughts, feelings, and actions are theirs alone. Trying to control them is a violation of their autonomy and an act of fear, not love. When I let go of this need for control, I discovered something unexpected. Freedom, not just for her, but for me. By focusing on what I could control, my own thoughts and actions, I became a better partner. I wasn't fixated on micromanaging her life. I was building my own. A relationship thrives on trust and mutual respect. Trying to control someone isn't love, it's insecurity in disguise. The Stoic path is to focus on yourself and trust the process. 10. Avoid complaining about your circumstances. I used to complain about everything, how unfair life was, how misunderstood I felt, how difficult relationships could be. But the Stoics have no patience for complaining. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Complaining changes nothing. It only amplifies your frustration and weakens your resolve. I realized that every minute spent complaining was a minute I could have used to take action or change my perspective. When I stopped whining and started reflecting, I found solutions where I once saw only problems. Now, instead of complaining, I ask myself, what can I do about this? If the answer is nothing, I let it go. If the answer is something, I act. This shift has transformed my relationships and my life. Complaining is easy, but growth requires effort. The Stoic way is to channel your energy into what you can change and accept what you cannot. And there you have it. 10 things men should never do with women if they want to build authentic, meaningful relationships while staying true to themselves. Each of these principles, rooted in Stoic wisdom, is not just about improving your relationships, but also about growing into a stronger, more grounded version of yourself. Remember, relationships thrive when built on mutual respect, clear boundaries, and unwavering integrity. By avoiding these common mistakes, you're not only setting a higher standard for yourself, but also for the relationships you choose to nurture. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights like this. Your support helps us reach more people who, just like you, are striving for growth and wisdom in their lives. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned in your own relationships that you'd like to share? Drop your comments below. and let's keep the conversation going. Your takeaways might inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise. In relationships, there are certain qualities that make a lasting impact, traits that go beyond surface-level attraction and create deeper connections. As I've explored these qualities within myself, I've come to appreciate how each one contributes not only to my personal growth, but also to the strength and authenticity of my relationships. From confidence and resilience to emotional intelligence and passion, each trait shapes how I show up for my partner and allows us to build a foundation rooted in respect, trust, and inspiration. Here, I dive into 15 essential traits that I strive to embody, each bringing its own unique value and depth to the connections I form. 1. Independence. I've come to realize that independence is one of the most essential qualities I can develop, not just in my relationships, but in every part of my life. Being independent means having a life that's fulfilling and balanced, where I pursue my own passions, set my own goals, and don't make someone else the center of my existence. When I embrace independence, I'm creating a dynamic in my relationship that naturally attracts the kind of person who values strength and self-sufficiency, qualities that I want in both myself and my partner. Independence, to me, is about cultivating a life that stands on its own, where my happiness doesn't solely depend on any one person. I focus on maintaining my friendships, pursuing my hobbies, and making sure that my goals are always moving forward. For instance, I stay committed to my personal growth, which could mean learning a new skill, taking up a challenging project at work, or even taking time off to relax and reflect. When I give myself this space to evolve and improve, it not only makes me a better person, but also a more appealing partner. After all, being someone who's driven and engaged with life is attractive in its own right. Being independent doesn't mean I'm closed off or unwilling to make someone a priority. Instead, it's a way of ensuring that I don't lose myself in a relationship. I've seen too many people, and I've even done it myself, become so wrapped up in their partner that they forget who they are outside of that connection. I want to stay grounded in who I am, with a clear sense of my own worth and values. That way, I'm entering a relationship as a whole person, not someone seeking fulfillment from someone else. In practical terms, independence means that I make time for my interests, even when I'm dating someone. If I have a weekly meet-up with friends or a solo project that I'm working on, I make sure those remain priorities. This doesn't mean that I neglect my partner or refuse to make compromises. It simply means that I don't abandon what's important to me. I believe that keeping my life in balance is one of the best ways to ensure that I'm also bringing the best version of myself into my relationships. Independence also brings a level of mystery to the relationship. When I have my own goals and responsibilities, it adds depth and intrigue. I'm not always available or ready to drop everything because I have a full life. This isn't about playing hard to get, but about being genuinely engaged with my world, which in turn keeps the relationship interesting. I think there's something captivating about a person who has a rich, varied life. It's something I admire in others too. When I reflect on independence, I see it as a form of respect for both myself and my partner. By maintaining a strong sense of self, I'm able to offer them a genuine connection, not one driven by neediness or dependency. I want to be with someone who respects my autonomy, who understands that my independence is part of what makes me, me. In the end, my goal is to find a relationship where we support each other's journeys, both individually and together. knowing that our connection is made stronger by our unique, independent lives. 2. Ambition. Ambition is something I believe every person should nurture in their lives. For me, ambition means having a clear sense of purpose and direction, a constant drive to improve, grow, and achieve. I don't see ambition as just the pursuit of career success or financial gain. To me, it's about consistently striving for something more, something that makes me feel fulfilled and allows me to contribute meaningfully to the world around me. When I'm ambitious, I'm setting a high standard for myself, and that energy naturally spills over into every area of my life, including relationships. Having ambition keeps me engaged and motivated. It gives me goals to work towards, and that brings a sense of excitement and determination into my day-to-day life. I'm someone who always wants to challenge myself, whether it's through setting new professional milestones, improving my health and fitness, or dedicating myself to personal projects that I'm passionate about. This kind of drive makes me feel alive and keeps me moving forward, regardless of where I am in life. When I'm actively pursuing my goals, I feel more connected to my purpose, and that gives me an underlying sense of satisfaction and confidence. Ambition also adds a dimension of respect and admiration to my relationships. I find that when I'm driven, I attract people who are similarly goal-oriented and passionate. Being around other ambitious people is inspiring. It creates a shared energy and motivation that lifts us all up. I've noticed that when I express my aspirations and work toward them, it encourages the people around me to pursue their own dreams too. Ambition is contagious, and I want to be with someone who understands and appreciates the value of having big dreams. To me, ambition doesn't mean I'm always hustling or grinding non-stop. It's not about sacrificing everything for the sake of achievement. Instead, it's about knowing that I want more from life and making intentional choices that align with my goals. Whether that's working on a personal project, learning a new skill, or pushing my limits physically, my ambition shows up in ways that improve me as a person. I think the best kind of ambition is balanced. It's driven yet mindful, constantly striving, but never losing sight of what really matters, including my relationships and personal well-being. Having ambition can also make relationships more exciting. I don't want to be in a relationship where we're both content to just coast along. I want a partnership where we're both pushing each other to become the best versions of ourselves, where we're constantly evolving, both together and as individuals. For me, a relationship should be an adventure, a journey that includes personal growth and new experiences. Being ambitious means I'm always open to learning, open to change, and open to new possibilities, which keeps the relationship dynamic and full of life. Ambition, for me, is also about resilience. It means not giving up when things get tough and having the mental strength to push through setbacks. I want a partner who can see that drive in me and who can appreciate my determination to keep going, no matter the obstacles. When I'm ambitious, I'm not afraid to take risks, and I'm not easily discouraged. I find that this quality inspires confidence, both in myself and in those around me, including my partner. It shows that I'm committed to my own growth, and that I'll work hard to overcome challenges in all aspects of life. Ultimately, ambition is a trait that makes me feel deeply fulfilled. It's about setting high standards, dreaming big, and knowing that I have the power to shape my own future. When I focus on my ambitions, I'm taking charge of my life, and that sense of agency brings me a lot of joy. I believe that when I'm living my life with ambition, I'm offering my partner someone who's fully alive, engaged and passionate about creating a better future. And that in my experience, is something that's incredibly attractive and enriching in a relationship. 3. Adaptability. Adaptability is a quality I'm constantly working to improve because life is full of changes and unexpected turns. For me, being adaptable means having the mental flexibility to handle whatever life throws my way and the resilience to move forward regardless of the circumstances. I see adaptability as one of the most empowering traits a person can have. It's what allows me to face challenges without losing my sense of direction. In relationships, adaptability is crucial. It helps me handle disagreements, navigate life changes, and keep the connection strong, even when things aren't going exactly as planned. In my experience, relationships are never static. They evolve as we grow, and they require adjustment and compromise. I've learned that being adaptable is about more than just going with the flow. It's about actively embracing change and being open to new perspectives. Whether it's learning to communicate better, adjusting to a new routine, or finding ways to support my partner through their own changes, I believe adaptability allows me to be more responsive and understanding. When I'm adaptable, I'm able to meet my partner where they are, rather than getting frustrated if things don't go according to my initial expectations. Adaptability also means not being too attached to any one way of doing things. In my life, I try to stay open-minded and curious, always looking for ways to improve or explore new possibilities. I don't want to be the kind of person who gets stuck in old habits or routines simply because they're comfortable. Change, while often uncomfortable, pushes me to grow and brings new energy into my life and relationships. I find that when I embrace change, it makes me more interesting and engaged as I'm constantly learning and adapting. This trait has helped me stay grounded during life's challenges, whether it's a career change, a move, or a personal setback. Adaptability allows me to see obstacles as opportunities to learn and grow. It gives me the resilience to handle tough situations without falling apart. When I'm adaptable, I'm not easily discouraged. Instead, I'm ready to find solutions and adjust my approach to meet the demands of the moment. This is a quality I hope to bring into my relationships, as it helps create a more harmonious, understanding environment. Adaptability also fosters better communication. I've noticed that being willing to listen, consider other perspectives, and shift my approach makes it easier to resolve conflicts. Instead of getting defensive or rigid when there's a disagreement, I try to remain open and responsive, allowing for a dialogue that respects both of our viewpoints. I think that when I'm adaptable, I show my partner that I value our relationship enough to work through challenges together. It demonstrates that I'm committed to growing and evolving, not just as an individual, but also as a partner. For me, adaptability also means balancing my own goals and needs with those of my partner. It's about finding a middle ground that respects both of our ambitions, desires, and dreams. I want to be with someone who appreciates flexibility and understands that life will bring changes, some of which we can't foresee. By being adaptable, I'm preparing myself and my relationship for the inevitable ups and downs that life brings. I don't want to be someone who gets thrown off course by every little disruption. I want to be someone who can stay steady and supportive no matter what. Ultimately, adaptability is a trait that helps me build resilience and deepen my connections. It keeps me grounded, yet open to the new and unexpected. In relationships, I believe it's one of the most important qualities because it allows both partners to grow together rather than feeling constrained by rigid expectations. When I'm adaptable, I'm better able to enjoy the journey, handle changes gracefully, and approach life with a positive, open attitude. This is the kind of energy I want to bring into my relationships, a sense of flexibility, resilience, and optimism that enriches both my life and the lives of those around me. 4. Sense of humor. A sense of humor is one of the most powerful tools I have, both in life and in relationships. To me, humor isn't just about making people laugh. It's about seeing life through a light-hearted lens, especially when things get tough. Having a good sense of humor allows me to stay resilient in difficult times, connect more easily with others, and add a sense of fun and joy to my relationships. When I can laugh at myself, at the small annoyances, or even at life's curveballs, it helps me handle challenges with a clear mind and a lighter heart. For me, humor has been a source of connection with others. I find that laughter breaks down walls and helps people feel at ease, whether in casual settings or deep conversations. When I'm able to share a laugh with someone, it's like creating a moment that says, "I get you, and I'm right here with you." In relationships, humor is especially valuable. It helps me create a bond with my partner that's not just based on attraction or shared goals, but on genuine enjoyment of each other's company. Being able to laugh together, even at the little quirks we each bring, fosters a sense of camaraderie and understanding. I believe that a strong sense of humor is a sign of emotional resilience. Life is unpredictable, and sometimes things don't go the way we want. When I can laugh at these moments rather than letting them stress me out, it shows that I'm able to roll with the punches and keep a positive outlook. Humor helps me stay grounded, even when things feel uncertain or challenging. In relationships, this resilience allows me to support my partner in tough times without letting negativity take over. By keeping things light-hearted, I'm able to lift the mood and remind both of us that we can handle whatever comes our way. One of the biggest advantages of humor in a relationship is that it diffuses tension. Conflicts are inevitable, but humor can make it easier to navigate disagreements without letting them escalate. When I can inject a bit of humor into a tense moment without dismissing or invalidating my partner's feelings, it can help us both take a step back and see the situation from a less serious perspective. Humor allows me to address issues calmly and creates a sense of safety where neither of us feels judged or criticized. It reminds us that, ultimately, we're on the same team. A sense of humor also means that I'm not afraid to laugh at myself. Self-deprecating humor shows that I don't take myself too seriously, and it keeps me humble. When I can poke fun at my own quirks and mistakes, it signals that I'm comfortable in my own skin. I think this level of self-assurance is attractive because it shows confidence without arrogance. In a relationship, it tells my partner that I'm okay with my imperfections, and I'm not striving for an unattainable image of perfection. This honesty and comfort in my own skin helps create an environment where we can both be ourselves, flaws and all. At its core, a sense of humor is about finding joy in life. It's a reminder that not everything needs to be taken seriously, and that sometimes the best way to deal with a problem is to just laugh it off. This doesn't mean I ignore challenges or avoid important conversations. Instead, it means I approach life with an open heart, ready to find the silver lining, even when things seem bleak. I've found that when I share this perspective, it helps my partner feel more optimistic, too. It's like creating a shared mindset where we can both lean on humor to get through life's ups and downs together. In the end, humor adds depth to my relationships. It allows us to share lighter moments, relieve stress, and create memories filled with laughter. I want to be someone who can bring joy to the lives of others, who can see the funny side even in tough times, and who encourages my partner to do the same. Humor is one of the best ways to build a strong, lasting connection, and it's a quality I'm always proud to cultivate. By keeping a light-hearted outlook, I'm not just making life more enjoyable, I'm building a relationship that's rich with joy, resilience, and genuine connection. 5. Bad boy traits. The concept of bad boy traits might sound a bit cliché, but I've come to understand it as a mix of confidence, independence, and a sense of mystery. I don't think of it as being rebellious or disrespectful. Rather, it's about embodying qualities that make me intriguing, emotionally self-reliant, and a bit unpredictable. To me, the essence of these traits is about not conforming entirely to expectations and maintaining a life that's genuinely my own, even when I'm in a relationship. One of the key components of what's often referred to as bad boy traits is the ability to keep a sense of mystery. I found that being a bit reserved about my life adds a natural sense of intrigue. I don't feel the need to overshare everything about myself right away, and I value having aspects of my life that are just for me. It's not about hiding things. It's about letting my partner gradually discover who I am over time. By keeping some things to myself, I create a dynamic where there's always something new to learn about each other, which keeps the relationship fresh and engaging. Another part of this approach is maintaining emotional independence. I don't rely on a partner for my happiness or self-worth. I take responsibility for my own emotional state. When I'm in control of my emotions and not dependent on constant validation, I'm able to be a more stable and reliable partner. I believe that emotional independence allows me to be fully present in the relationship without feeling pressured to constantly seek approval. This confidence in who I am and in my own self-worth is magnetic because it signals that I'm a grounded, self-sufficient person. In my experience, this kind of emotional resilience is deeply attractive, as it provides a foundation of strength and stability. The bad boy persona also includes a sense of unpredictability, which I interpret as simply being open to new experiences and willing to keep things exciting. I don't want to fall into routines that make life feel stale, whether that's in my relationship or my personal life. Instead, I embrace spontaneity and enjoy mixing things up. This might mean planning a surprise date, trying out new activities, or even just being a little playful and adventurous in our interactions. By keeping things unpredictable in a fun and respectful way, I'm creating moments of excitement and curiosity that deepen our bond. An often misunderstood aspect of these traits is the ability to say no and set boundaries. I don't believe in being overly accommodating just to please someone else. I stay true to my values and preferences. This doesn't mean I'm inflexible or unwilling to compromise. It just means that I'm clear on what I want and don't feel the need to change myself to gain approval. Having clear boundaries shows that I respect myself and have a strong sense of identity. When I stand firm in my choices, I find that it creates mutual respect and a balanced relationship dynamic. I've also learned the importance of not always being readily available. In today's world of constant messaging and instant communication, it's easy to feel like we should be on call at all times. But I believe there's value in letting my partner miss me and having time apart to recharge and focus on my own life. I pursue my own interests and passions, which adds depth to who I am and gives me things to bring back to the relationship. Having a life outside of the relationship allows me to maintain my individuality and ensures that when we're together, it's more meaningful. Finally, I embrace a sense of self-assurance that comes from not needing to explain or justify myself constantly. I don't feel compelled to seek approval for every decision or action. Instead, I act based on what feels right for me, within the boundaries of respect and consideration for my partner. This self-confidence, combined with independence and a hint of mystery, creates a dynamic that makes relationships feel exciting yet stable. In essence, bad boy traits to me aren't about being reckless or insensitive. They're about maintaining self-respect, embracing independence, and allowing for a bit of mystery and spontaneity. These qualities help me build a relationship that's grounded, exciting, and fulfilling. I've come to see these traits as a way of bringing strength and depth into my connections, creating a balance where both my partner and I feel engaged, respected, and continually drawn to each other. 6. Self-respect. Self-respect is one of the most foundational qualities I strive to cultivate in my life and relationships. It means valuing myself, my principles, and my boundaries, and never compromising who I am to gain approval or affection. Self-respect helps me maintain a strong sense of identity, and it keeps me grounded, allowing me to approach relationships from a place of confidence and integrity. When I have self-respect, I'm able to engage with others in a way that feels honest and authentic, because I'm not trying to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. For me, self-respect begins with setting clear boundaries. I've learned that if I don't respect my own limits, it's difficult to expect others to do so. In relationships, this means being clear about my needs and values, and not being afraid to communicate them. I'm not here to be a people pleaser. I'm here to build meaningful connections that respect both myself and the other person. When I have boundaries, I protect my well-being and ensure that I'm only giving what I can truly offer without resentment. By holding to my boundaries, I'm also sending a message that I value myself enough not to settle for less than I deserve. Self-respect also involves a sense of self-worth. I don't seek validation from external sources or rely on someone else to make me feel valued. My self-worth comes from within, built on my achievements, my character, and my values. I remind myself that I am enough as I am, and I strive to build on that foundation daily. This internal sense of value allows me to stand tall, even in the face of rejection or disappointment, because I know that my worth isn't tied to someone else's opinion. When I approach relationships with this self-assurance, I find that it creates a balanced dynamic, where I'm not overly reliant on my partner for validation or happiness. Having self-respect means being able to say no when something doesn't align with my values or goals. I no longer feel guilty about setting limits, whether it's with friends, family, or a romantic partner. Saying no is a way of honoring myself and recognizing that my time, energy, and values are important. I've found that when I stand firm in my decisions, it attracts people who genuinely respect and value me. By respecting myself enough to decline things that don't serve me, I create space for what truly aligns with who I am. Self-respect is also about taking care of my physical, emotional, and mental well-being. This means making time for things that nurture me, whether it's exercise, pursuing hobbies, or investing in personal growth. I've noticed that when I prioritize self-care, I show up better in my relationships. I have more energy, patience, and understanding to give, and I'm less likely to fall into cycles of resentment or burnout. Respecting myself means putting my needs first, not out of selfishness, But because I know that by taking care of myself, I'm able to offer a healthier, more balanced presence to those around me. In relationships, self-respect is key to maintaining equality and mutual respect. I'm not willing to tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or any behavior that undermines my dignity. I approach relationships with kindness and respect, but I expect the same in return. When I respect myself, I naturally attract people who see and appreciate my value, and I'm able to recognize when someone doesn't treat me as I deserve. Self-respect empowers me to walk away from unhealthy situations without fear, knowing that my happiness and well-being come first. Ultimately, self-respect gives me the freedom to be true to myself. I don't feel the need to change or hide who I am to gain acceptance. I want a partner who values me for my authentic self, not for some idealized version of me. With self-respect, I bring honesty, confidence, and a deep sense of personal integrity into my relationships. This quality creates a foundation of trust and stability because I'm consistent, genuine, and unafraid to stand up for what I believe in. In essence, self-respect is the cornerstone of how I approach both my life and my relationships. It empowers me to live authentically, love deeply, and build connections that are grounded in mutual respect. When I hold myself in high regard, I'm able to give and receive love in a way that's healthy, balanced, and truly fulfilling. Self-respect keeps me centered and reminds me that I'm worthy of the best life and relationships have to offer. 7. Confidence. Confidence for me is about having a steady inner belief in who I am and what I bring to the table. It's not about being the loudest person in the room or seeking attention. Rather, it's a quiet assurance that comes from knowing my own worth and capabilities. Confidence is deeply attractive because it signals to others that I'm comfortable in my own skin, that I don't need constant validation, and that I'm fully capable of handling whatever life throws my way. In relationships, this confidence allows me to bring my authentic self forward without fear of judgment or rejection. Building confidence starts with self-acceptance. I've come to understand that being confident doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I'm comfortable with my imperfections and strengths alike. I don't try to hide my flaws or pretend to be someone I'm not. I know who I am, and I accept myself as I am, both the good and the not so good. This self-acceptance forms the foundation of my confidence. When I'm secure in who I am, I'm not easily shaken by external opinions or setbacks. I approach relationships with this same level of acceptance, knowing that I'm bringing something unique and valuable to the table, just as I am. Confidence also means having a clear sense of purpose. I find that when I have goals, passions, and a direction in life, it gives me a sense of purpose that fuels my confidence. Knowing what I'm working toward and making consistent progress keeps me grounded and motivated. In relationships, this purpose-driven confidence is attractive because it shows that I have my own life, ambitions, and interests. I'm not waiting for someone else to complete me. I'm already on my path, and I want a partner who's on theirs too. I believe that two people who are both confident and purpose-driven create a stronger, more resilient partnership. In my experience, true confidence also means not being overly concerned with seeking approval. I don't need to rely on external validation to feel good about myself. This doesn't mean I'm closed off to feedback or unwilling to grow. It just means that my self-worth isn't dependent on what others think of me. I set my own standards and work hard to meet them, finding pride in my accomplishments, even when they're small. When I can be proud of myself without needing others to tell me I'm worthy, I can approach relationships from a place of wholeness rather than neediness. Confidence allows me to be assertive in expressing my needs and desires. I don't shy away from communicating what I want or standing up for myself. In relationships, this assertiveness creates clarity and prevents misunderstandings. I'm not afraid to be direct or honest, and I find that this honesty is refreshing for both myself and my partner. Being confident doesn't mean I'm rigid or inflexible. It simply means I know what I value, and am willing to communicate that openly. This kind of honesty fosters trust, as it shows that I'm transparent about who I am and what I want. Another important aspect of confidence is resilience. When I face rejection, failure, or disappointment, I don't let it crush my self-esteem. Instead, I see these challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. Confidence helps me stay grounded, even when things don't go as planned, because I know that my worth isn't defined by any single outcome. In relationships, this resilience allows me to approach challenges calmly and work through them without getting discouraged. I'm not afraid to put in the effort to make things work, but I also know when to walk away if something isn't serving my well-being. This balance of commitment and strength is key to building a healthy relationship. Finally, confidence makes me more approachable and open to connecting with others. When I'm confident, I'm not consumed by insecurities or self-doubt, so I'm able to focus on my partner and engage with them fully. I'm able to be present, listen actively, and share meaningful experiences without holding back. This level of openness and self-assurance creates a warm, inviting energy that naturally draws people in. Confidence allows me to be fully myself, creating a space where both my partner and I can be authentic and vulnerable together. In the end, confidence is about embracing my identity, living with purpose, and facing life with resilience and openness. It's a quality that empowers me to build relationships based on mutual respect, honesty, and genuine connection. Confidence allows me to show up as the best version of myself, ready to give and receive love in a way that's fulfilling and balanced. When I approach life and relationships with this deep inner confidence, I am not only enriching my own experience, but also creating a solid foundation for a healthy, lasting connection with others. 8. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, for me, is about understanding and managing my own emotions, while also being attuned to the feelings and needs of others. In relationships, I've found that emotional intelligence is invaluable. It allows me to connect on a deeper level, handle conflicts with empathy, and build trust through genuine understanding. Being emotionally intelligent means I'm not just focused on what I'm feeling, but I'm also open to and respectful of my partner's emotional landscape. This quality has been key to creating relationships that feel safe, supportive, and deeply connected. The first part of emotional intelligence is self-awareness. I try to stay in tune with my own emotions and understand the reasons behind them. This doesn't mean I'm immune to feeling angry, sad, or frustrated. It means I can recognize these emotions without letting them control my actions. For example, if I feel myself getting upset, I pause to understand why, rather than reacting impulsively. This awareness helps me approach situations with a clear mind and a calm demeanor, which is essential in relationships. When I'm aware of my own emotions, I can communicate them more effectively and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Another crucial aspect of emotional intelligence is empathy. Empathy allows me to put myself in my partner's shoes, to truly understand what they might be feeling. I believe that being able to empathize creates a strong sense of connection and shows my partner that I genuinely care about their experiences. It's not just about saying the right words. It's about listening deeply, paying attention to non-verbal cues, and responding with compassion. When I show empathy, I'm telling my partner that their feelings are valid and that I'm here to support them no matter what. Emotional intelligence also helps me communicate more effectively. I know that effective communication isn't just about expressing my own thoughts, but also about listening actively and giving my partner space to share their perspective. I strive to be a good listener, to be patient, and to make sure my partner feels heard. This means not interrupting, not jumping to conclusions, and not immediately trying to fix things. Often, people don't want solutions. They just want someone to understand them. By focusing on understanding rather than solving, I'm able to build a deeper emotional connection with my partner. One of the biggest benefits of emotional intelligence is that it helps me handle conflicts constructively. Instead of letting emotions spiral out of control, I try to approach disagreements calmly and respectfully. When emotions are running high, I've learned to take a step back, breathe, and refocus. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations. It means approaching them with a level-headed perspective. I aim to address the issue at hand without letting emotions escalate. By staying composed, I'm able to keep the focus on finding solutions rather than fueling the conflict, which is crucial for building a lasting, respectful relationship. Self-regulation is another component of emotional intelligence. It's about controlling impulsive reactions and staying calm under pressure. When I'm able to manage my emotions, I'm less likely to say or do things I'll regret later. This discipline shows my partner that I'm someone who can be counted on to remain stable, even during challenging times. Self-regulation creates a sense of security in the relationship, as it shows that I'm responsible for my own emotional responses. I'm able to offer a calm presence, which can help de-escalate situations and bring clarity when things feel chaotic. Another part of emotional intelligence is being open to feedback. I know I'm not perfect, and I'm open to learning from my mistakes. When my partner offers feedback, I try to take it constructively without getting defensive. This openness to feedback is important because it shows that I'm willing to grow and improve, both for myself and for the relationship. Emotional intelligence means I'm not afraid to acknowledge my flaws and work on them, creating a more positive, growth-oriented dynamic with my partner. Ultimately, emotional intelligence is about building a relationship where both partners feel valued, understood, and supported. It's about creating an environment where vulnerability is welcome, where emotions can be shared openly without fear of judgment. By practicing emotional intelligence, I aim to bring empathy, patience, and understanding into my relationships. I believe that when I approach relationships with this level of emotional maturity, I'm able to create a strong foundation built on mutual respect and trust. Emotional intelligence allows me to show up as a partner who is compassionate, communicative, and committed to growing together. It's a skill I continuously work on, knowing that it not only improves my relationships, but also enhances my ability to connect meaningfully with the world around me. Through emotional intelligence, I'm able to build relationships that are resilient, loving, and deeply fulfilling. 9. Steadfastness. Steadfastness to me is about being reliable, consistent, and true to my word. It's the commitment to following through on my promises and being there when I say I will be. In relationships, steadfastness is a quality that builds trust, as it reassures my partner that I'm someone they can count on. When I'm steadfast, I'm creating a sense of stability that allows my partner to feel secure and valued, which I believe is essential for a strong, lasting connection. At its core, steadfastness is about showing up, even when it's inconvenient or difficult. Life can throw a lot of unexpected challenges our way, and it's easy to give up or pull back when things get tough. But I believe that true commitment means being there during those hard times. If I've made a commitment to someone, I'm prepared to stand by it, not just when things are smooth, but also when they're challenging. Whether it's keeping my word on a small promise or supporting my partner through a tough period, I want to be someone who can be relied upon no matter what. Steadfastness also means being dependable in the everyday aspects of a relationship. If I say I'm going to do something, I make sure to follow through, whether that's calling when I said I would, being on time for plans, or lending a hand when my partner needs support. These may seem like small acts, but they add up to create a foundation of trust. By consistently showing up and being dependable, I'm proving that my partner can rely on me, which fosters a deep sense of security and respect in the relationship. Another part of being steadfast is having patience. Relationships go through different phases, and there are times when things may not be perfect. During these times, I've learned that it's important to be patient and understanding rather than giving up or getting frustrated. This patience allows me to see beyond temporary difficulties and focus on the bigger picture. I want to build a relationship that's resilient, one that can withstand challenges and continue to grow stronger. My commitment to patience and understanding helps me to stay steady, even when things aren't easy. Steadfastness also involves being true to my values. I'm committed to living with integrity and aligning my actions with my beliefs. This means that I'm not easily swayed by outside influences or temporary desires. Instead, I act according to what I know is right and what aligns with my long-term goals. In relationships, this integrity allows me to be a stable presence, someone who isn't constantly changing based on external circumstances. I believe that staying true to my values shows my partner that I have a clear sense of who I am, which adds to the stability and predictability they feel in our relationship. Being steadfast doesn't mean being rigid. It means being reliable without being inflexible. I believe in the importance of compromise and adapting when necessary, but I do so without losing sight of the promises I've made. Flexibility allows me to adjust as life changes, but my commitment to my partner and my values remains constant. I want my partner to feel that they can rely on me, no matter what changes life brings. This blend of consistency and adaptability is what makes steadfastness such a valuable quality. In relationships, steadfastness creates a safe space where my partner can be vulnerable without fear of judgment or abandonment. They know that I'm here to stay, even when things aren't perfect. This assurance allows us both to open up more fully and build a deeper, more authentic connection. I think one of the most powerful aspects of steadfastness is the trust it builds. When my partner knows that I'm committed to them, it allows us to focus on growth and building a shared future, rather than constantly questioning each other's commitment. Ultimately, being steadfast is about being a source of stability, strength, and support. I aim to be the kind of partner who's there through thick and thin, who follows through on commitments, and who offers a reliable foundation for the relationship. This quality brings a sense of peace and trust, allowing us both to feel secure in the knowledge that we have each other's backs, no matter what. Steadfastness is something I hold close to my heart, and I believe it's one of the most meaningful ways to show love and respect in a relationship. It reminds me that actions speak louder than words, and that true commitment isn't just about saying I'll be there. It's about proving it day after day through my actions and consistency. This quality helps me create relationships that are rooted in trust, loyalty, and a shared vision for the future, which are the true foundations of lasting love. 10. Masculinity. Masculinity, to me, is about embodying strength, resilience, and emotional stability. It's not about being aggressive or domineering. Rather, it's about having the confidence and calmness to handle life's challenges and protect and support those I care about. In relationships, I see masculinity as a way of creating a safe, supportive space where my partner feels secure and respected. True masculinity involves leading with strength and compassion, balancing assertiveness with empathy, and demonstrating reliability and integrity. One of the core elements of masculinity, as I see it, is emotional stability. Life can be unpredictable, and relationships naturally go through ups and downs. I believe it's important to remain calm and centered, especially during times of stress or conflict. This doesn't mean suppressing my emotions. Rather, it means managing them in a healthy way and not letting temporary frustrations affect how I treat my partner. When I'm able to stay composed, I provide a grounding influence that can help us both navigate challenges more smoothly. My goal is to be a stable presence that my partner can rely on, even during turbulent times. Masculinity also involves a sense of purpose. I believe that being purpose-driven not only keeps me focused, but also helps me grow into a more grounded and resilient person. Whether it's in my career, personal development, or relationships, having a clear sense of purpose allows me to make intentional choices and set meaningful goals. In relationships, this sense of purpose adds a layer of depth and direction. I'm not just drifting or reacting to life. I'm actively building a future, which makes me a more dependable partner. This clarity and focus are qualities that I think contribute to a sense of masculinity. Another important aspect of masculinity is the ability to protect and provide, not just financially, but emotionally and physically as well. To me, being protective means creating a safe and supportive environment where my partner feels valued and secure. It's about being attentive to their needs and offering reassurance when they feel vulnerable. I want my partner to feel that I'm there to support them, whether that's by listening during difficult times, providing comfort, or stepping up when challenges arise. This protective nature is rooted in care and respect, and I see it as an essential part of being a reliable, supportive partner. Strength is also a big part of my concept of masculinity, but it's not just physical strength, it's mental and emotional resilience. I want to be the kind of person who can face adversity with courage and persistence. Strength for me means having the determination to overcome setbacks and the resilience to keep moving forward, even when things get tough. In a relationship, this strength allows me to support my partner without being overwhelmed by obstacles. I believe that my ability to remain steady during challenging times helps create a relationship that feels secure and enduring. Masculinity, in my view, also involves taking the lead when necessary. Leadership isn't about control or dominance. It's about making decisions with confidence and taking responsibility for the outcome. In a relationship, I aim to be someone who can step up, offer direction, and make thoughtful choices that benefit us both. This doesn't mean that I disregard my partner's opinions. Rather, it means that I'm prepared to make decisions and guide us when needed. always with respect and consideration. I see this kind of leadership as a way to build trust and offer reassurance, showing my partner that they can rely on me. However, true masculinity is also balanced with vulnerability. I believe that being strong doesn't mean hiding my emotions or pretending that I have it all together all the time. Being able to open up and show my true self, including my fears and insecurities, is an essential part of my masculinity. It takes courage to be vulnerable, to share what's on my mind, and to ask for support when I need it. I've found that this openness not only strengthens my relationships, but also deepens the level of intimacy and trust between us. In essence, masculinity is about being a strong, supportive, and steady presence in my partner's life. It's about having the courage to face challenges, the determination to pursue my goals, and the empathy to be a compassionate and understanding partner. I aim to bring a balanced form of masculinity into my relationships, one that combines resilience with empathy, confidence with humility, and strength with openness. By embodying these qualities, I believe I can offer my partner a relationship that feels both grounded and dynamic, one where they can feel safe, valued, and deeply connected. Ultimately, masculinity is about being the best version of myself, embracing both my strengths and vulnerabilities. It's about honoring my own values and offering a stable, loving presence to my partner. When I lead with true masculinity, I'm not just enhancing my own life. I'm creating a relationship that's built on respect, security, and lasting commitment. This approach to masculinity helps me build connections that are meaningful, fulfilling, and truly enriching for both my partner and me. 11. Scarcity of attention. The concept of scarcity of attention is about valuing my time and focus and not giving it away too easily or without purpose. It's not about playing games or being dismissive. Instead, it's about recognizing that my attention is valuable and offering it intentionally. In a world where people are constantly connected and often overwhelmed by attention from all directions, creating a sense of scarcity around my attention can actually make it more meaningful and impactful. By being selective with my time and energy, I foster a sense of appreciation and mutual respect in my relationships. One of the main reasons I practice this is to stay mindful of where my energy goes. If I'm always available, always reaching out, and constantly seeking someone's attention, it can create an imbalance. It may even lead to a sense of complacency, where my presence is taken for granted. When I limit the attention I give, I encourage a dynamic where both my partner and I truly value and make the most of the time we spend together. It's about creating quality over quantity, ensuring that the moments we share are meaningful, focused, and fully engaged. Having a scarcity mindset around attention also means that I don't rely on constant communication to feel connected. I'm comfortable with a degree of distance, knowing that it doesn't diminish the relationship, but instead strengthens it. This allows both my partner and me to maintain a sense of independence and individuality. We don't need to be in constant contact to feel secure. Rather, we trust the bond we've built. When we do come together, it feels fresh and renewed because we've each had time to focus on our own lives, passions, and goals. This approach also helps me avoid the pitfalls of neediness or insecurity. When I value my attention, I'm less likely to fall into the trap of overextending myself just to feel validated. I don't want to be the kind of person who constantly needs to seek reassurance from others, or who feels the urge to fill every moment with interaction. Instead, I aim to feel secure in my own worth and in the relationship itself. This self-assuredness allows me to give my partner the space to miss me, which in turn often leads to a stronger, more passionate connection. By creating a sense of scarcity, I'm signaling that my attention is something to be valued. When I'm fully present and focused on my partner, it's genuine and intentional, not a default state driven by habit or boredom. I've found that when I approach relationships this way, my partner is often more engaged and reciprocates the same level of attention and respect. It's about nurturing a dynamic where we both actively seek and appreciate each other's time, making every moment together count. Scarcity of attention also allows me to focus on personal growth and my own interests. I believe that a healthy relationship is one where both partners are pursuing their individual paths alongside each other. When I dedicate time to my passions, friendships, and self-care, I bring a more enriched version of myself to the relationship. This balance of personal space and shared experiences is key to keeping the relationship exciting and preventing it from feeling stagnant or overly dependent. Additionally, being mindful of my attention means that I'm not constantly seeking external validation. I'm comfortable spending time on my own and don't feel the need to be perpetually connected to feel valued. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm not relying on my partner for constant reassurance or attention. Instead, I bring a sense of wholeness to the relationship, which fosters a healthy balance where we both appreciate each other's presence without feeling suffocated or drained. Ultimately, the scarcity of attention is about fostering a deeper appreciation for each other. By not always being readily available, I encourage both my partner and me to cherish the time we share. It's a way to keep the relationship dynamic as we're not taking each other's presence for granted. When I'm intentional with my attention, I'm creating a relationship where both of us feel valued, respected, and engaged, making the connection more vibrant and fulfilling. In essence, the scarcity of attention is about quality over quantity. It's about bringing a sense of intention and respect to the time I spend with my partner, ensuring that we're both present and truly engaged. This approach helps create a relationship that feels balanced and reciprocal, where each moment together is meaningful and the connection remains fresh and strong. By valuing my attention, I'm not only respecting myself, but also creating a dynamic where my partner feels truly valued and appreciated. 12. Pre-selection. Pre-selection is a concept that recognizes the social and psychological value of being desired by others, particularly in the context of attraction. It's the idea that when I am seen as valuable or desirable by others, it signals something appealing about me to potential partners. However, I approach pre-selection not as a game or strategy, but as a natural byproduct of living a life that's full, engaged, and socially active. When I surround myself with high-quality people and maintain healthy relationships, it shows that I am someone who is valued and respected by others, which in turn can make me more attractive to a partner. For me, pre-selection starts with building strong friendships and connections. I genuinely enjoy spending time with people who inspire me, challenge me, and bring out the best in me. These relationships, whether they're with friends, family, or colleagues, reflect a high level of social health and well-being. When my partner sees that I have these meaningful connections, it sends the message that I am someone who is valued by others, which can often be attractive. It's reassuring to know that the person you're with is well regarded and appreciated by those around them. Pre-selection also means being comfortable and confident around other women, even when there's no romantic intention. Having positive, respectful friendships with women not only enriches my life, but also shows that I know how to engage with and appreciate women in a non-romantic context. It demonstrates that I'm capable of meaningful, respectful interactions, which can make me more appealing as a partner. It also shows that I'm not someone who sees women purely in terms of romantic interest. Rather, I value them as individuals. This level of respect and comfort can be attractive because it shows that I understand and respect boundaries. Another aspect of pre-selection is self-respect and selective dating. I don't pursue relationships for the sake of it or lower my standards just to avoid being alone. By valuing myself and being selective about whom I invest my time and energy in, I'm showing that I respect both myself and the people I choose to be with. When I'm intentional about who I date and the connections I pursue, it signals to others that I value quality over quantity and that I'm not someone who settles easily. This discernment can be appealing because it suggests I'm someone worth earning, not someone who is readily available to everyone. Pre-selection for me also involves living a life that's interesting and full. When I am dedicated to my passions, goals, and personal growth, it naturally attracts people who share similar values. By leading a fulfilling life, I'm not only improving myself, but also becoming someone who is naturally attractive to others. This isn't about trying to impress anyone. It's about creating a life that's meaningful to me. When others see that I'm genuinely passionate and driven, it makes me more compelling as a person, which can spark curiosity and interest. I also believe that pre-selection is about respect and boundaries. When I'm in a relationship, I remain respectful of my partner and ensure that my interactions with others are appropriate. However, having friends or social interactions outside the relationship doesn't mean I am unfaithful or disloyal. Instead, it shows that I am capable of building and maintaining healthy relationships with a variety of people. This balance shows that I'm both committed to my partner and also a social individual who values connections with others. Maintaining this balance creates a healthy sense of independence and trust, which strengthens the relationship. In a relationship, pre-selection contributes to a dynamic where my partner knows they are with someone who is genuinely valued and appreciated by others. It brings a level of reassurance as my partner can see that I have a supportive social network and that I'm respected by those in my life. This doesn't mean I encourage jealousy. Rather, it's about creating a healthy social balance where I'm someone who is respected and valued by people beyond my partner. It shows that I'm a well-rounded person with strong connections, which ultimately makes the relationship more balanced and grounded. Ultimately, pre-selection is about creating a life that's rich, meaningful, and socially healthy. It's about being intentional with the people I surround myself with and building connections that reflect my values. By nurturing a full social life, respecting boundaries, and maintaining a strong sense of self-worth, I'm naturally creating an aura of value and respect. This not only makes me a more appealing partner, but also fosters a relationship dynamic based on mutual admiration and genuine attraction. In essence, pre-selection isn't about putting on a show or trying to appear desirable. It's about living in a way that brings out my best qualities, showing my partner that I am someone who is valued by others and who values myself. When I'm surrounded by positive, healthy relationships, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a partnership that's supported by a strong social foundation. This approach to pre-selection helps build a relationship where both partners feel valued, secure, and truly connected. 13. Authenticity. Authenticity to me is the cornerstone of a meaningful and fulfilling life. It's about embracing who I truly am living in alignment with my values and presenting my genuine self in all situations, especially in relationships. I've come to believe that authenticity is one of the most attractive qualities anyone can bring to a relationship. When I'm authentic, I'm not putting on an act, hiding behind a facade, or trying to impress anyone with something I'm not. Instead, I'm fully comfortable in my own skin, which allows me to connect with others on a deeper, more honest level. Being authentic starts with self-awareness. I spend time understanding my values, goals, and priorities, and I make sure my actions reflect them. It's easy to get caught up in trying to be what others expect, but I know that ultimately it's not sustainable. I want my partner to know the real me, not a version tailored to please or impress. By embracing my true self, I'm setting a foundation of honesty and trust, where my partner can feel they're getting to know the person I am, not a curated image. Authenticity also means embracing my imperfections. I've learned that being authentic isn't about being perfect. It's about being real. I don't feel the need to hide my flaws or weaknesses, nor do I pretend to have it all figured out. When I'm open about my struggles, fears, and areas where I'm still growing, it creates a space where my partner feels comfortable sharing their vulnerabilities as well. This mutual openness leads to a deeper level of intimacy and connection because we're both free to be our true selves without the pressure of meeting unrealistic standards. Living authentically also means that I'm consistent. I strive to be the same person in private that I am in public, and I don't change my values or behavior based on who I'm around. This consistency builds trust in my relationships because my partner knows that what they see is what they get. I'm not pretending to be someone I'm not, and that stability allows them to feel secure. I believe that authenticity creates a steady foundation, as there's no fear of hidden motives or sudden shifts in personality. It's a kind of reliability that goes beyond words. It's a way of living. Authenticity encourages deeper and more honest communication. When I'm being my true self, I can communicate more openly and clearly because I'm not filtering my thoughts to fit an image. I'm able to express my needs, desires, and boundaries honestly, which prevents misunderstandings and builds a stronger, healthier relationship. I believe that a relationship rooted in authenticity is one where both partners feel free to share their thoughts and feelings without judgment or fear. It's about creating an environment where we both feel heard, respected, and understood. Another aspect of authenticity is having the courage to stand by my beliefs, even if they're unpopular. I'm not afraid to disagree or hold a different viewpoint, as long as it aligns with my values. I know that being authentic sometimes means going against the crowd, but I'm committed to living in a way that feels true to me. In relationships, this integrity is crucial, as it shows that I won't compromise my core values just to gain approval. It creates a level of respect between me and my partner, as we both know that we're each standing on solid ground. Being authentic also allows me to appreciate others' authenticity. I value relationships where my partner feels free to be themselves, flaws and all. I'm not looking for perfection. I'm looking for someone who is genuine, open, and self-aware. By embracing my own authenticity, I create a space where my partner can do the same. This mutual acceptance allows us both to grow and evolve together, knowing that we're appreciated for who we truly are, not for an idealized version of ourselves. Ultimately, authenticity leads to a relationship that feels freeing and fulfilling. When I'm my true self, I'm not burdened by the pressure to constantly impress or conform. I'm able to be vulnerable, honest, and open, creating a connection that feels deeply satisfying and real. I believe that when both partners bring their authentic selves to a relationship, It creates a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and genuine affection. There's a depth to the relationship that goes beyond superficial attraction, as it's rooted in true understanding and acceptance. In essence, authenticity is about honoring who I am and bringing that honesty into my relationships. It's a commitment to living with integrity and to building connections that are rich, meaningful, and based on a foundation of truth. By staying true to myself, I'm able to create relationships where both my partner and I feel valued, seen, and truly connected. Authenticity transforms relationships from a place of performance into a space of real, deep, and lasting connection. 14. Charismatic leadership. Charismatic leadership, to me, is about leading with confidence, kindness, and an infectious sense of purpose. It's not about being overbearing or controlling. Rather, it's about bringing a positive influence into my relationships and inspiring those around me through my actions. I believe that charismatic leadership involves taking initiative, being decisive when necessary, and encouraging those I care about to grow alongside me. In relationships, this quality helps me create a strong, balanced connection where both my partner and I feel motivated, supported, and respected. One of the key aspects of charismatic leadership is confidence. I aim to make decisions with clarity and assurance, particularly in situations where guidance is needed. For example, when planning dates, trips, or even daily routines, I like to take the initiative to suggest ideas and make choices that create a fulfilling experience for both of us. This doesn't mean I ignore my partner's preferences or opinions. Rather, I value and incorporate them. However, by showing confidence and a willingness to take the lead, I bring a sense of direction and excitement to the relationship, which can make us both feel more engaged and connected. Being a charismatic leader also means knowing when to listen and empower my partner. Leadership is not about taking control, but rather about creating an environment where both of us can thrive. I strive to be receptive to my partner's ideas, goals, and aspirations, supporting them wholeheartedly. I encourage my partner to pursue their dreams and interests and provide a listening ear when they need it. When I can offer support and cheer them on, it creates a partnership dynamic where we're both growing and achieving our goals, together and as individuals. Leadership in relationships is a shared journey, where both people feel uplifted by each other. Another component of charismatic leadership is being able to handle challenges with grace. Life isn't always smooth, and relationships inevitably face difficulties. I believe that true leadership is shown in how I respond to these challenges. Instead of panicking or avoiding problems, I try to approach them calmly and focus on finding solutions. By remaining grounded and clear-headed, I offer stability to my partner and show that we can face difficulties as a team. This resilience inspires trust, as my partner knows they can count on me to handle tough times with a steady hand and a positive outlook. Charismatic leadership also involves making others feel valued and appreciated. In relationships, I believe it's important to genuinely recognize my partner's contributions and qualities. I want to create an environment where my partner feels seen, heard, and respected. Whether it's by expressing gratitude for the little things they do, complimenting their strengths, or acknowledging their efforts, I show my appreciation openly. This type of encouragement is at the heart of charismatic leadership. It's about making those around you feel confident, inspired, and valued, which brings out the best in them and strengthens the connection. Part of being a charismatic leader is taking responsibility. I hold myself accountable for my actions, decisions, and emotions. When I make a mistake, I own up to it, rather than shifting blame or avoiding it. This accountability shows my partner that I'm trustworthy and willing to learn and grow. By being responsible for myself, I set a standard of integrity and respect, which I believe is essential for any healthy relationship. Taking responsibility also means being proactive in addressing issues before they escalate, showing my partner that I'm committed to maintaining a positive and open dynamic. Charismatic leadership doesn't require that I always be in the spotlight or make every decision. Rather, it's about fostering an environment of mutual respect, open communication, and shared growth. I want to inspire confidence and curiosity in my partner, so we both feel encouraged to take risks, try new things, and explore life together. Whether it's by planning a surprise, supporting them through a challenging time, or simply being a strong, positive presence in their life, I aim to bring a sense of joy, motivation, and energy to our relationship. Ultimately, charismatic leadership in relationships is about creating a balance where both partners feel supported, respected, and uplifted. It's a way of bringing energy, resilience, and warmth into the relationship, inspiring each other to grow and become better versions of ourselves. I see charismatic leadership as a quality that strengthens the bond between us, making the relationship feel dynamic, exciting, and meaningful. When I lead with kindness, confidence, and openness, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a relationship where both of us feel valued and empowered. In essence, charismatic leadership is about being a positive force in my partner's life, someone who inspires, supports, and uplifts. It's about taking initiative with respect and integrity, being present and encouraging, and approaching challenges with resilience and grace. By embracing this quality, I strive to build a relationship that's not only grounded in trust and respect, but also infused with a shared sense of purpose and joy. This approach to leadership creates a foundation where both of us can thrive, individually and together, as we navigate life hand in hand. 15. Passionate interests. Passionate interests bring a unique depth and vibrancy to my life, and they are something I consider essential not only for personal fulfillment, but also for creating a dynamic, inspiring relationship. When I'm genuinely passionate about something, whether it's a hobby, a skill, a career goal, or a personal project, it shows that I'm engaged with life, constantly learning and striving for more. This drive adds dimension to who I am, which can be incredibly attractive to a partner. Passion isn't just about having interests. It's about the energy, enthusiasm, and commitment that I bring to the things that matter to me. For me, pursuing my passions is a way to stay grounded and fulfilled. When I'm actively engaged in something I care about, it gives me a sense of purpose and excitement. I wake up feeling energized, knowing that I'm working towards something meaningful. This enthusiasm naturally spills over into other areas of my life, including my relationships. I found that having passions makes me a more interesting and engaged partner, as I'm not solely focused on the relationship for fulfillment. Instead, I bring my own joy, inspiration, and stories to share, which adds richness to our connection. Having passionate interests also helps me maintain a healthy balance between my relationship and personal life. I believe that a relationship thrives when both partners have space to pursue their individual goals and dreams. By dedicating time to my passions, I'm not only investing in my personal growth, but also giving my partner the freedom to explore their own interests. This balance prevents codependency and keeps the relationship fresh, as we both have our own lives to bring back to the relationship. When we come together, we have new experiences, insights, and growth to share, which makes our connection stronger. My passions are a source of resilience and self-confidence. When I commit to a goal and work towards it, even through setbacks, I build a stronger sense of self-worth. I know that my value isn't tied to anyone else. It comes from within, from the things I achieve and the joy I find in my pursuits. This inner strength and confidence make me a more balanced partner, as I'm not seeking validation solely from the relationship. Instead, I feel secure and fulfilled, which allows me to contribute positively to the partnership without relying on it for my happiness. Sharing my passions with my partner also opens up opportunities for connection. I love introducing them to the things I care about, whether it's a new hobby, a favorite book, or an exciting project I'm working on. This sharing allows us to explore each other's worlds and learn more about what drives and inspires us. I'm equally interested in learning about my partner's passions and supporting them in their pursuits. By taking an active interest in each other's hobbies and goals, we build a relationship that's enriched with shared experiences and mutual support. Moreover, my passionate interests push me to constantly grow and evolve. They challenge me, stretch my abilities, and keep me curious about the world. I believe that when I'm dedicated to personal growth, I bring new perspectives and fresh energy into the relationship. I want to be with someone who sees my dedication to self-improvement as a strength and who is inspired to pursue their own growth as well. When both partners are committed to bettering themselves, it creates a dynamic where we're continuously learning, adapting and evolving together, which keeps the relationship alive and exciting. Another important aspect of having passionate interests is the sense of independence it fosters. I'm not defined by my relationship. I have my own identity, goals, and purpose outside of it. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm a whole person on my own, and I'm not looking for someone to complete me. I want a relationship where both of us feel complete as individuals and come together to create something even greater. My passions help me maintain this sense of wholeness, allowing me to bring my best self to the relationship and inspiring my partner to do the same. Ultimately, passionate interests give me a sense of direction and fulfillment that goes beyond the relationship itself. They make me a more grounded, resilient, and engaging partner, and they allow me to contribute positively to the relationship without expecting it to fulfill all my needs. By having my own interests, I'm able to keep the relationship balanced and dynamic, creating a partnership where both of us feel free to explore and grow. In essence, passionate interests are more than just hobbies or goals. They are an essential part of who I am. They fuel my growth, bring joy to my life, and make me a more self-assured, fulfilled, and engaging partner. By living with passion and purpose, I create a relationship where both of us feel inspired and supported. This approach to life and love fosters a connection that's rich, balanced, and full of genuine excitement, as we both bring our unique energies and dreams into a shared journey.
Ten terrible signs you shouldn't trust your own family and how to deal with this painful problem. Family, where life begins and love never ends. Yet, the same relationships that bring us love and comfort can sometimes be our greatest sources of pain. Family bonds are often idealized as safe havens, but when trust is broken, the emotional fallout can be profound. Trust is the invisible thread that holds families together, creating a foundation of security, mutual understanding, and emotional well-being. Without it, even the closest relationships can unravel, leaving behind feelings of betrayal and disillusionment. Why trust matters in families. Trust within families fosters open communication, mutual respect, and unwavering support. It's the bedrock upon which strong, loving relationships are built. When trust is present, family members feel safe to share their vulnerabilities and celebrate each other's triumphs. However, the absence of trust can lead to toxic dynamics, fostering feelings of resentment, anxiety, and isolation. Betrayal or persistent dishonesty doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples through the family, eroding the collective sense of security. This video explores the importance of recognizing red flags in family relationships that might signal deeper trust issues. Identifying these signs can empower you to address toxic patterns, protect your emotional well-being, and foster healthier connections, even in challenging circumstances. 1. Consistent dishonesty. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and this is especially true within families. When family members are consistently dishonest, it shakes the very core of these bonds. Dishonesty in a family isn't always about monumental lies. Sometimes it's the accumulation of smaller, persistent untruths that creates an environment of mistrust. Over time, this behavior erodes the sense of safety and reliability that should define familial relationships. Imagine a sibling who hides financial struggles, repeatedly downplaying the severity of their situation until it spirals out of control and impacts everyone involved. Or consider a parent who withholds important family information, such as health concerns or financial difficulties, under the guise of protecting others. These actions may be well-intentioned, but the result is often confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust. Dishonesty also breeds insecurity. It leaves family members second-guessing each other's words and intentions, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. When you can't rely on someone to tell you the truth, it becomes nearly impossible to confide in them, let alone depend on them during challenging times. Ultimately, consistent dishonesty signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for the relationship and for your right to transparency. Addressing dishonesty requires courage and a commitment to open communication. It may involve confronting the family member in question, setting boundaries, or seeking external support, such as therapy, to rebuild trust. While rebuilding trust is possible, it requires mutual effort. Being honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable, strengthens relationships, proving that love and trust go hand in hand. In contrast, persistent dishonesty only serves to alienate and distance, leaving the relationship fractured and fragile. Recognizing and addressing this red flag is essential for fostering authentic and lasting family connections. 2. Manipulative behavior. Manipulative behavior in family relationships is a subtle yet deeply damaging dynamic. It often disguises itself as care or concern, but gradually erodes the autonomy and emotional well-being of its target. Manipulation can take many forms, including guilt-tripping, shaming, or emotional blackmail, and it thrives in the close-knit environment of family where emotions run deep. Imagine a parent who uses financial support as leverage to dictate your choices, such as your career, where you live, or whom you marry. The message becomes clear: their help comes with strings attached. This creates an unhealthy dependency and makes you feel trapped in decisions that don't align with your authentic desires. Another example could be a sibling who constantly plays the victim, exaggerating their struggles to garner your sympathy and attention while ignoring your boundaries and needs. The harm in manipulative behavior lies in its ability to distort relationships. Instead of being built on mutual respect and understanding, these relationships become transactional, with one person always exerting control. This dynamic can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and helplessness. Recognizing manipulation starts with identifying patterns. Do you often feel guilty after interacting with a particular family member? Are you pressured into decisions that make you uncomfortable? These are signs that manipulation may be at play. Addressing manipulative behavior requires setting and enforcing boundaries. Clearly communicate what you will and will not tolerate. For example, you can say, "I appreciate your input, but I need to make this decision on my own." If manipulation persists, limiting interactions or seeking professional guidance, such as family counseling, might be necessary. Remember, genuine family support empowers rather than controls. Healthy relationships allow space for individuality and growth, fostering a foundation of love and mutual respect free from manipulation. 3. Betrayal of confidence. Betrayal of confidence is a profound violation of trust that can leave lasting scars in family relationships. Trusting someone with personal information or feelings is an act of vulnerability, and when that trust is broken, it shakes the foundation of the bond. Families are meant to provide a safe space, but when private matters are shared without consent, it undermines the very essence of that safety. Consider a scenario where you confide in a family member about a difficult situation, such as a relationship problem or a personal failure, only to later hear it repeated to others during a family gathering. Not only does this violate your privacy, but it also exposes you to judgment and embarrassment from people you didn't choose to share with. The sense of betrayal can lead to feelings of isolation and hesitation to open up in the future. The damage caused by a breach of confidence is often amplified in families because of the emotional closeness involved. It creates a ripple effect, eroding trust not only in the person who betrayed you, but in the family dynamic as a whole. To address this issue, it's essential to set clear boundaries, express how their actions have hurt you, and emphasize the importance of keeping private matters confidential. For instance, you might say, "When I share something personal, I need to know it stays between us." If the behavior continues, consider limiting what you share with that individual. Building or rebuilding trust takes time and consistency. Both parties must be committed to respecting boundaries and nurturing a culture of discretion. A family should be a source of comfort, not fear of betrayal. Protecting your emotional well-being may require difficult conversations, but it's a necessary step toward preserving meaningful relationships. 4. Financial exploitation. Financial exploitation in families often disguises itself as a harmless request for help, but can quickly spiral into a pattern of manipulation and misuse. Families are expected to support one another, but when financial assistance becomes a recurring demand or is given under false pretenses, it creates an unhealthy dynamic of dependency and mistrust. Imagine a relative who frequently borrows money, promising repayment but never following through. Over time, this pattern not only strains your finances, but also leaves you feeling used and disrespected. In more extreme cases, financial exploitation can involve subtle coercion, like a family member guilt-tripping you into giving them money or resources they don't genuinely need. The emotional toll of financial exploitation is significant. It fosters resentment, disrupts family harmony, and can make you hesitant to offer help in genuine cases of need. It also sets a harmful precedent where boundaries are ignored and one-sided expectations dominate the relationship. Addressing financial exploitation requires assertiveness. Clearly communicate your boundaries, such as stating, "I can't lend you money anymore, but I'm happy to help you budget or find resources." Sticking to these limits can be challenging, especially if guilt is leveraged against you, but it's necessary for maintaining healthy relationships. In some cases, professional guidance may be beneficial. Financial counseling or mediation can help navigate these sensitive situations without escalating tensions. Remember, supporting family doesn't mean tolerating exploitation. Healthy family dynamics should respect each member's autonomy and well-being, including their financial stability. 5. Lack of support during crises. Families are often seen as a pillar of support during life's most challenging moments. However, when family members fail to show up emotionally or physically during crises, it signals a troubling lack of reliability. This absence can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning the strength of your familial bonds. Picture a situation where you're going through a medical emergency or a significant life upheaval, such as losing a job. You expect your family to rally around you, but instead, they prioritize their own needs or dismiss the gravity of your situation. For instance, a sibling who chooses to ignore your request for help, or a parent who offers superficial support instead of genuine assistance. This lack of care not only exacerbates your struggle, but also creates emotional wounds that are hard to heal. The impact of this neglect extends beyond the immediate crisis. It fosters resentment and a sense of imbalance in the relationship, as you realize the support you offer may not be reciprocated when you need it most. Over time, this dynamic can erode the trust and intimacy that families are meant to provide. To address this, communicate your needs clearly during difficult times. For example, say, "I really need your support right now. Can you help with this specific task?" If support remains absent, reassess the relationship and consider leaning on friends or professional networks that can provide the care you need. While family support is invaluable, it shouldn't be your sole source of help. Building a broader support system can alleviate some of the pressure and prevent disappointment. Ultimately, healthy family dynamics are rooted in mutual care and reliability, not selective support based on convenience. 6. Frequent gossiping. Gossiping within families might seem harmless at first, but it often creates divisions and mistrust over time. When family members discuss your personal life or struggles with others behind your back, it can feel like a betrayal of confidence and respect. Gossip often distorts facts, exaggerating situations and amplifying conflicts that could otherwise be resolved privately. Imagine discovering that a sibling has been sharing details about your financial struggles or personal challenges with extended family members, framing them as juicy tidbits for entertainment rather than respecting your privacy. This not only damages your reputation, but also undermines your trust in that person. Over time, you may begin to question whether your conversations are safe or if they'll become fodder for the next family gathering. The effects of gossip extend beyond individual relationships. It creates an environment of insecurity where family members hesitate to open up, fearing that their vulnerabilities will be exposed. This atmosphere disrupts the open communication and support that families should foster. To address gossip, confront it directly but calmly. Let the person know how their actions have affected you by saying, "I value our relationship, but I feel hurt when private matters I've shared are discussed with others." Setting boundaries about what you're comfortable sharing and with whom is critical. Over time, you may need to adjust your expectations of those who engage in gossip and limit your disclosures to them. Instead, prioritize relationships within the family where trust and mutual respect are evident. Healthy family dynamics thrive on confidentiality, empathy, and understanding, not on spreading rumors or creating unnecessary drama. 7. Dismissal of boundaries. Respecting boundaries is fundamental in any relationship, but it's especially crucial within families. When boundaries are ignored or dismissed, it creates tension and conflict, as well as a sense that your needs and autonomy are not valued. This can manifest in many ways, from emotional intrusions to physical overstepping. Consider a parent who enters your home uninvited even after you've asked them to call beforehand. Or a relative who dismisses your parenting choices, constantly criticizing how you raise your children despite your repeated requests to respect your methods. These actions, though sometimes framed as care or concern, signal a lack of respect for your individuality and decisions. The dismissal of boundaries often stems from a power dynamic, where one person feels entitled to dictate or interfere in your life. This can lead to frustration, resentment, and a breakdown in communication. When your boundaries are routinely ignored, it also becomes harder to trust that person with more significant aspects of your life. To handle this, clearly communicate your limits. For instance, say, "I appreciate your concern, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Please respect that." Consistency is key. Enforcing boundaries each time they're crossed reinforces their importance. If the behavior persists, you may need to limit interactions with the person or seek external support, such as counseling, to mediate the situation. Healthy families respect each other's autonomy and choices, understanding that boundaries are not barriers to love, but foundations for mutual respect. 8. Favoritism or unfair treatment. Favoritism within families can deeply wound relationships, creating feelings of inadequacy, resentment, and alienation among those who are overlooked. While families are expected to nurture and celebrate each member equally, showing clear preference for one individual over others undermines these values and can fracture familial bonds. Imagine a parent who consistently praises one sibling's achievements while neglecting or even belittling another's efforts. Over time, the overlooked sibling may begin to feel unworthy, questioning their self-worth and value within the family. Similarly, unfair treatment can manifest in how responsibilities are distributed. One child may shoulder more family duties, while another receives privileges without contributing equally. Favoritism often stems from unconscious biases or cultural norms, but its impact is long-lasting. It not only strains the relationships between siblings, but can also affect the connection between parents and children. The child who feels neglected may withdraw emotionally, fostering a cycle of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Addressing favoritism requires courage and honest dialogue. If you're the one affected, share your feelings respectfully but assertively. For instance, you might say, "I've noticed that my efforts often go unacknowledged and it makes me feel undervalued." For parents or family members, becoming aware of unintentional biases and making conscious efforts to treat everyone equitably is essential. In situations where favoritism persists, despite efforts to address it, focusing on your personal growth and seeking support outside the family can help maintain emotional balance. Healthy families thrive on fairness and inclusivity, where every member feels seen, valued, and equally loved. 9. Emotional or physical abuse. Emotional or physical abuse within families is one of the most devastating breaches of trust and safety. While families are expected to be a source of love and protection, abusive behaviors shatter that expectation, leaving victims feeling vulnerable, isolated, and unworthy of love. Abuse can take many forms, from harsh words and constant criticism to intimidation and physical harm. Imagine a relative who consistently demeans you with insults or undermines your self-esteem by pointing out perceived flaws in front of others. Worse, consider a family member who uses physical aggression, throwing objects, grabbing you forcefully, or threatening harm to assert control during disagreements. These behaviors are not only damaging in the moment, but can have long-lasting effects on your mental and emotional health. The harm caused by abuse often leads to self-doubt, anxiety, and depression. It creates an environment of fear where open communication and trust are impossible. Victims may also struggle with guilt or confusion, feeling trapped by cultural or societal expectations to maintain family unity at all costs. Addressing abuse starts with recognizing it as unacceptable, no matter the context. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety and well-being. This may mean seeking support from trusted friends, counselors, or advocacy organizations. Establish boundaries and, if necessary, create physical or emotional distance from the abuser. Breaking the cycle of abuse is challenging, but essential for healing. It requires bravery to confront the issue, seek help, and, in some cases, walk away from toxic relationships. Healthy families nurture, protect, and uplift their members, making it crucial to demand and uphold an environment free from harm. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in their family. 10. Refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but how it's handled determines whether it strengthens or weakens the bond. In families, a refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts often leads to unresolved tensions and lingering resentment. When issues are ignored or swept under the rug, they don't disappear. They fester, eventually erupting in more significant, damaging ways. Consider a family member who consistently avoids discussing past grievances, shutting down conversations with phrases like, "Let's not dwell on the past," or "It's not a big deal." While this avoidance may feel like keeping the peace, it prevents meaningful resolution and understanding. For instance, unresolved arguments about financial responsibilities or personal boundaries can create ongoing frustration, silently damaging relationships. This refusal to engage in conflict resolution sends a message that your feelings and concerns don't matter, eroding trust and mutual respect. It also perpetuates a cycle where similar issues arise repeatedly, each time compounding the emotional toll. Addressing this requires open communication and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Initiate conversations with a calm and solution-focused tone, saying something like, "I'd like to talk about this issue so we can move forward and strengthen our relationship." If the other party remains resistant, consider involving a neutral mediator, like a family counselor, to facilitate productive discussions. Resolving conflicts doesn't mean erasing disagreements. It means understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. Healthy families prioritize growth and connection by facing challenges together, fostering an environment where conflicts are opportunities for deeper understanding rather than sources of division. Solutions: how to deal with these painful problems. 1. Setting and enforcing boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy relationships, especially in families where emotions and expectations often run high. Setting clear boundaries communicates your needs and ensures that interactions remain respectful and balanced. However, enforcing boundaries requires consistency and courage, especially if family members are resistant or dismissive. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your parenting style, you can establish a boundary by calmly saying, "I understand you have advice, but I prefer to make my own decisions regarding my children. Please respect that." The key is to be firm yet respectful, avoiding emotional confrontations that might escalate tensions. Enforcing boundaries might also involve limiting certain topics of discussion. If a relative often brings up sensitive or triggering subjects, you can redirect the conversation or politely state that you're not comfortable discussing that matter. While setting boundaries may initially create discomfort or pushback, it ultimately fosters healthier dynamics. It teaches family members how to interact with you in a way that respects your emotional and physical well-being. Remember, boundaries are not about creating distance, but about ensuring mutual respect. They allow for deeper, more meaningful connections by establishing a foundation of trust and understanding. Over time, consistent boundary setting helps shift unhealthy dynamics and promotes a more balanced and fulfilling family relationship. 2. Seeking open communication. Open communication is the cornerstone of healthy family relationships. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and concerns honestly while creating space for others to do the same. When conflicts or trust issues arise, addressing them directly, yet constructively, can pave the way for resolution and deeper understanding. Start by choosing an appropriate time and setting for conversations. Avoid discussing sensitive topics during emotionally charged moments. Instead, approach the discussion with a calm demeanor and a willingness to listen. For instance, you might begin by saying, "I've noticed some tension between us, and I'd like to talk about it so we can move forward together." Active listening is crucial. Give family members the opportunity to share their perspectives without interruption or judgment. Validating their feelings, even if you disagree, can create a sense of mutual respect. For example, saying, "I understand why you feel that way, and I want to work with you to find a solution," can de-escalate potential conflicts. If emotions run high, consider using I statements to express your concerns without placing blame. For example, "I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored," is more effective than "you always disrespect me." Open communication doesn't guarantee immediate resolution, but it lays the groundwork for mutual trust and empathy. Over time, these conversations strengthen family bonds and create a culture where concerns can be addressed without fear of judgment or dismissal. In cases where communication remains difficult, seeking the guidance of a family therapist can help facilitate productive dialogue. Healthy families thrive on open communication, where every member feels heard, valued, and understood. Taking the first step to initiate these conversations shows courage and a commitment to fostering positive relationships. 3. Seeking professional help. Sometimes family dynamics become so strained or complicated that resolving issues independently feels impossible. In such cases, seeking professional help, such as therapy or mediation, can provide a neutral and supportive space for addressing deep-rooted issues. Professional intervention is not a sign of weakness, but a proactive step toward healing and rebuilding trust. Family therapists are trained to identify toxic patterns and facilitate open, constructive communication. For instance, in cases where a family member refuses to acknowledge their role in conflicts, a therapist can help them see how their behavior impacts others without assigning blame. Mediation sessions can also guide families in navigating sensitive topics, such as financial disputes or unspoken grievances. Consider a scenario where siblings are divided over how to care for aging parents, leading to resentment and tension. A professional mediator can help establish a fair plan that respects everyone's concerns and capabilities. Similarly, therapy can be invaluable in addressing emotional wounds caused by past betrayals or unresolved conflicts. For those experiencing abuse or severe neglect, professionals can offer resources and strategies to ensure safety and support. They can also help individuals process their emotions and rebuild self-esteem, empowering them to make healthier decisions about their relationships. While it may take time and effort to see results, professional help can bring clarity and structure to even the most complex family dynamics. It shows a commitment to breaking unhealthy cycles and fostering a more understanding, respectful environment. Ultimately, prioritizing emotional and relational well-being is one of the most meaningful investments you can make in your family's future. 4. Prioritizing self-care. In the midst of family conflicts or strained relationships, it's easy to lose sight of your own well-being. Prioritizing self-care is essential to maintaining your mental, emotional, and physical health, especially when navigating challenging family dynamics. By focusing on yourself, you build resilience and clarity, empowering you to make decisions that align with your values and needs. Self-care involves more than just pampering. It's about creating habits that nurture your overall well-being. For example, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly improve your ability to manage stress. Engaging in hobbies or activities you enjoy also provides an outlet for self-expression and a break from familial pressures. Emotional self-care is equally vital. Journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend can help you process your feelings and gain perspective. If family relationships feel particularly toxic, consider creating a support network outside your family. Friends, mentors, or support groups can provide encouragement and understanding when you need it most. It's important to set boundaries around your time and energy. For instance, limiting interactions with toxic family members or saying no to commitments that drain you can create space for your personal growth. Remember, prioritizing your needs doesn't mean neglecting others. It means ensuring you're in a position to engage in relationships from a place of strength and self-assurance. Ultimately, self-care is an act of self-respect. By valuing yourself, you model healthy behaviors for others and create a foundation for meaningful connections. Even in challenging family situations, prioritizing self-care ensures you remain grounded and empowered to make choices that support your happiness and well-being. 5. Knowing when to limit or cut ties. In some cases, despite your best efforts, a family relationship may remain toxic, abusive, or beyond repair. Knowing when to limit or cut ties with a family member is one of the hardest but most important decisions you may face. It's not about abandoning family, but about protecting your mental, emotional, and even physical well-being when the relationship becomes detrimental to your health. Consider situations where repeated attempts to establish boundaries are ignored, manipulative behaviors persist, or emotional and physical abuse continues unchecked. For example, if a relative consistently undermines your self-esteem, spreads false information about you, or refuses to take responsibility for their harmful actions, it may be necessary to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Limiting ties doesn't always mean a complete cutoff. It might involve reducing the frequency of interactions or choosing neutral environments for meetings. For instance, you might decide only to see a toxic family member at larger family gatherings where their behavior is less targeted. In extreme cases, cutting ties entirely may be the healthiest option. While this choice comes with emotional challenges and societal stigma, it can provide the freedom and peace needed to focus on your well-being. Therapy or support groups can help navigate the emotional fallout and provide guidance during this process. Remember, walking away from a toxic relationship is not an act of selfishness, it's an act of self-preservation. You have the right to prioritize your happiness and safety, even if it means creating distance from family members. By doing so, you open the door to building healthier, more supportive relationships that align with your values and nurture your personal growth. Family relationships are complex and, at their best, provide love, support, and security. However, they can also harbor toxic dynamics that erode trust and emotional well-being. Recognizing the signs of distrust is the first step toward protecting yourself and addressing unhealthy patterns. Throughout this discussion, we identified 10 key red flags in family relationships. Consistent dishonesty, manipulative behavior, betrayal of confidence, financial exploitation, lack of support during crises, frequent gossiping, dismissal of boundaries, favoritism, emotional or physical abuse, and refusal to address conflicts. Each of these behaviors undermines the foundation of trust and can lead to lasting emotional harm if left unchecked. Equally important are the solutions we explored: setting and enforcing boundaries, fostering open communication, seeking professional help, prioritizing self-care, and knowing when to limit or cut ties. These strategies empower individuals to take control of their relationships, ensuring they are built on mutual respect, understanding, and care. Recognizing these issues early and addressing them with clarity and courage can lead to healthier dynamics within families. While not all relationships can be repaired, understanding when to let go or create distance is crucial for personal well-being. Empowerment begins with the recognition that you have the right to protect your peace, even within your family. It's easy to feel trapped by societal expectations or cultural norms that emphasize unconditional loyalty to family. But prioritizing your mental and emotional health is not selfish. It's necessary. Take proactive steps to identify and address toxic behaviors. If you notice red flags, don't ignore them. Open communication is a powerful tool, but it's okay to acknowledge when deeper issues require professional intervention or a redefinition of the relationship. Remember, setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about creating the space for healthy and respectful interactions. When these boundaries are consistently violated, know that you have the strength to make the tough decisions to limit or end contact. Surround yourself with supportive relationships that uplift you, whether they are within or outside your family. Seeking healthier dynamics is a journey, not an overnight fix. It requires patience, self-reflection, and a commitment to growth. But the result, peace of mind, self-respect, and meaningful connections, is worth the effort. Healing and growth are always possible, even in the face of challenging family dynamics. You are not alone in navigating these complexities, and many have walked this path before, finding strength and fulfillment on the other side. While you may not always be able to change others, you can change how you respond to and manage these relationships. By focusing on your well-being and surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create an environment that nurtures trust, respect, and love. Family isn't defined solely by blood. It's about the connections that make you feel valued, safe, and supported. As you move forward, take comfort in knowing that meaningful relationships can be built and sustained, whether within your biological family or through the family you choose. Embrace the journey toward healthier dynamics with hope. Every small step you take, whether it's setting a boundary, seeking therapy, or building a new support system, is a step toward reclaiming your emotional health and happiness. You deserve relationships that uplift and empower you, and with time and effort, those connections are within reach. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with someone who might need this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content like this. Your support helps us continue creating videos that inspire, empower, and guide you toward a better, healthier life. Hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Together, we can navigate life's challenges and build stronger, more meaningful connections. See you in the next video.
Have you ever wondered why some men effortlessly attract women, while others, despite their best efforts, struggle to get even a second glance? The secret isn't in their looks or wealth, but in how they conduct themselves. In this video, we'll delve into the art and dark psychology of ignoring women, a strategy rooted in Stoic principles and emotional intelligence. By mastering these 11 key traits, you'll not only stand out from the crowd, but also command respect and admiration from the women you meet. Get ready to transform your dating life and relationships by understanding what truly makes a high-value man. Let's dive in. Section 1. Independence. High-value men are comfortable being alone and use their solitude for introspection and personal growth. They understand that their self-worth is not tied to their relationship status and do not need a woman to validate their existence. This confidence and completeness are incredibly attractive because it demonstrates a deep sense of self-reliance and assurance. Consider John, a successful entrepreneur. Despite his busy schedule, John always makes time for himself. He enjoys solo activities like hiking, reading, and traveling. These moments alone are not just about leisure. They are opportunities for John to reflect on his goals, assess his progress, and plan for the future. This practice of solitude has not only made John more self-aware, but has also significantly boosted his confidence. When John meets women, he doesn't come across as needy or desperate for their attention. Instead, his calm and composed demeanor signals that he is comfortable in his own skin. Women find this trait magnetic because it's rare to encounter someone who is so self-assured. John's independence makes him stand out because he does not seek validation from others. He projects an aura of completeness and confidence that many women find irresistible. For instance, during a party, John might be seen casually engaging in conversations without hovering around anyone in particular. He listens more than he talks, showing genuine interest in others without feeling the need to impress. This behavior contrasts sharply with men who constantly seek attention and validation, making John appear more intriguing and desirable. Moreover, John's independence means he is selective about his relationships. He looks for partners who complement his life, not complete it. This selectiveness ensures that his relationships are based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Women appreciate this because it means John values quality over quantity in his interactions. In summary, independence is a hallmark of high-value men. By being comfortable alone and using solitude for personal growth, they project confidence and self-assurance that is deeply attractive to women. This independence allows them to build meaningful relationships based on respect and mutual admiration, making them truly high value in the dating world. Section 2. Selective validation. High-value men offer praise sparingly and genuinely, making their approval more meaningful and valued. Instead of giving constant compliments or validation, they ensure that their approval is earned and authentic. This approach makes their validation significantly more impactful and desirable. Take Alex, for example, who is known for his discerning nature. When Alex interacts with women, he doesn't bombard them with flattery. Instead, he observes and takes note of qualities that genuinely impress him. One evening at a social gathering, he meets Sarah, a woman who is passionate about environmental conservation. Rather than complimenting her appearance, Alex engages in a conversation about her work and expresses sincere admiration for her dedication and knowledge in the field. This selective validation stands out because it is not shallow or routine. Sarah feels genuinely appreciated for her unique contributions and intelligence rather than just her looks. This makes Alex's compliment far more meaningful than the generic praise she might receive from others. Women like Sarah find themselves drawn to men like Alex because their approval feels earned and special. By offering selective validation, high-value men also avoid inflating a woman's ego unnecessarily. This prevents the dynamic where a woman might take a man's attention for granted. Instead, she is encouraged to maintain the qualities that earn the genuine praise. This dynamic creates a healthier, more balanced interaction where both parties appreciate and respect each other more deeply. In essence, selective validation sets high-value men apart by making their compliments rare and genuine. This not only enhances the woman's self-esteem in a meaningful way, but also encourages her to maintain and build upon her positive traits. As a result, women feel more valued and respected, and high-value men are seen as discerning and sincere, further boosting their attractiveness. Section 3. Direct communication. High-value men understand the value of clear communication. They avoid vague statements and excessive small talk, opting instead for directness and precision. This straightforward approach is refreshing and establishes a strong, confident presence. Imagine David, a high-value man who is straightforward in his communication. When he texts a woman, he avoids using excessive emojis or frivolous language. Instead, he is clear and concise. For instance, instead of saying, "Hey, maybe we could hang out sometime if you're free," David says, "I enjoyed our conversation last night. Are you free for dinner on Friday?" This direct approach conveys confidence and decisiveness. Women appreciate this clarity because it removes ambiguity and establishes a clear intention. It shows that David values his time and hers and is not afraid to express what he wants. This level of directness sets David apart from other men who might beat around the bush or be overly accommodating. Moreover, when David encounters a woman who tries to play games or tests his patience, he doesn't engage. If a woman cancels plans last minute without a valid reason, David does not respond with frustration or desperation. Instead, he might say, "I understand things come up. Let's reschedule when you're certain about your availability." This response is mature, direct, and shows that he values his time and does not tolerate disrespect. By being direct, high-value men like David demonstrate that they have clear boundaries and expectations. They do not waste time on games or mixed signals, which women find attractive because it shows maturity and self-respect. This clarity also helps in quickly identifying whether a potential relationship is worth pursuing, saving time and emotional energy for both parties. In summary, direct communication is a hallmark of high-value men. By being clear, concise, and straightforward, they project confidence and decisiveness. This approach not only enhances their attractiveness, but also fosters healthier, more respectful interactions with women. Section 4. Purpose. High-value men are driven by their goals and ambitions. They focus their energy on building a life they can be proud of, rather than wasting time on unproductive relationships. This sense of purpose makes them stand out and adds to their overall appeal. Consider Mike, who has a clear vision for his future. He is passionate about his career as an architect and spends a significant amount of time honing his skills and working on projects. Mike's dedication to his craft is evident in everything he does, from his work ethic to the way he talks about his goals. When Mike meets women, they are often impressed by his ambition and drive. He doesn't come across as someone who is aimlessly drifting through life. Instead, he has a strong sense of direction and purpose. This makes him attractive because women are drawn to men who are passionate and motivated. Mike's purpose also means he doesn't have time for frivolous relationships. He is selective about who he spends his time with, ensuring that any relationship he enters into complements his goals rather than detracts from them. This selectiveness adds to his allure, as it shows that he values his time and is not easily swayed by superficial attractions. Furthermore, Mike's dedication to his goals means that he is always striving to improve himself. Whether it's through further education, networking, or personal development, he is constantly growing. This continuous self-improvement is a key trait of high-value men, making them even more appealing to women who value growth and ambition. In essence, having a strong sense of purpose sets high-value men apart. Their drive and ambition make them attractive because they demonstrate a commitment to personal and professional growth. This focus on their goals not only enhances their own lives, but also makes them more desirable partners who bring stability and inspiration to their relationships. Section 5. Fearless mindset. High-value men see themselves as equals to women and maintain composure, which enhances their attractiveness. They understand their worth and are confident in their allure, which allows them to remain composed and relaxed around women. Take Tom, for example, who has a fearless mindset. He does not view women as unattainable or superior beings, but as equals. This perspective allows him to interact with women without anxiety or desperation. When Tom meets someone new, he engages in conversation naturally, without trying too hard to impress. This fearless mindset makes Tom irresistibly attractive because it exudes confidence and self-assurance. Women are drawn to men who are comfortable in their own skin and do not place them on a pedestal. For instance, during a social event, Tom might approach a woman and start a genuine conversation about mutual interests without overthinking his words or actions. This natural confidence sets him apart from men who become anxious or overly eager around attractive women. Tom's charisma stems from a deep-rooted belief in himself. He visualizes himself at the apex of his life, exuding strength and confidence. This self-assurance is evident in the way he carries himself and interacts with others. Women find this trait magnetic because it signals that Tom is not easily swayed by external opinions or pressures. Moreover, Tom's fearless mindset means that he doesn't seek validation from others. He knows his worth and does not rely on others to boost his self-esteem. This independence is attractive because it shows that he is self-sufficient and confident. Women are more likely to be drawn to men who are secure in themselves and do not need constant reassurance. In summary, a fearless mindset is a key trait of high-value men. By viewing women as equals and maintaining composure, they project confidence and self-assurance. This fearless approach makes them more attractive and allows them to build genuine, respectful relationships. Section 6. Attention. High-value men do not give free attention, making women seek their validation. By withholding constant attention, they stand out from other men who are eager to please and gain women's approval. Consider Daniel, who is strategic with his attention. Unlike many men who bombard women with likes, comments, and messages on social media, Daniel is more reserved. When he meets a woman he is interested in, he makes an initial connection but does not shower her with constant attention. Instead, he gives her space and lets her wonder about his intentions. This approach leaves women intrigued and wanting more. For example, when Daniel meets Emily at a party, he has a great conversation with her, but does not immediately follow up with a barrage of texts. Instead, he waits a few days before reaching out, allowing Emily to think about their interaction and anticipate his next move. This creates a sense of mystery and excitement, making Daniel more appealing. Daniel's restraint with attention also prevents him from being taken for granted. Women often receive excessive attention from multiple men, which can inflate their egos and make them less appreciative of genuine interest. By not giving free attention, Daniel sets himself apart and makes his validation more valuable. Moreover, Daniel's approach shows that he has a busy and fulfilling life. He is not always available because he has other priorities and commitments. This signals to women that he is a high-value man with a purpose, and they must earn his attention rather than receive it freely. This dynamic shifts the balance of power and makes women more eager to gain his approval. In essence, by controlling the amount of attention they give, high-value men create a sense of intrigue and value. Women are more likely to seek their validation and appreciate their interest, making these men more attractive and desirable. Section 7. Emotional control. High-value men master their emotions and avoid being overly reactive, conveying strength and reliability. They understand that emotional stability is key to maintaining respect and attraction in relationships. Imagine Mark, a man who has developed a high level of emotional control. When faced with a challenging situation, such as a disagreement with his partner, Mark remains calm and composed. He listens carefully, processes his thoughts and responds thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This emotional stability makes Mark a rock in his relationships. For instance, if his partner Lisa becomes upset over a misunderstanding, Mark doesn't immediately react with anger or defensiveness. Instead, he stays calm, asks questions to understand her perspective, and addresses the issue rationally. This approach not only resolves conflicts more effectively, but also demonstrates Mark's maturity and reliability. Mark's emotional control extends to his everyday interactions. He doesn't let minor annoyances or setbacks disrupt his composure. Whether it's dealing with a difficult colleague at work or facing a personal challenge, Mark remains steady and focused. This resilience is attractive to women because it shows that Mark can handle pressure and won't be easily rattled by life's ups and downs. Furthermore, Mark's ability to manage his emotions makes him a dependable partner. Women feel secure knowing that they can rely on him in both good times and bad. This dependability enhances his attractiveness because it signals strength and stability, qualities that are highly valued in long-term relationships. In summary, emotional control is a crucial trait of high-value men. By mastering their emotions and avoiding impulsive reactions, they convey strength and reliability. This stability not only enhances their attractiveness but also fosters healthier, more respectful relationships. Section 8. Not rewarding bad behavior. High-value men understand the importance of not rewarding bad behavior. They avoid engaging in trivial disagreements and maintain a stoic demeanor, ensuring respect and setting clear boundaries. Consider Sam, who has a firm stance on not rewarding bad behavior. When Sam notices that his partner Rachel is engaging in irrational arguments or disrespectful behavior, he does not react with frustration or emotional outbursts. Instead, he distances himself and waits for Rachel to acknowledge her mistake. For instance, if Rachel consistently criticizes Sam over minor issues, he chooses not to engage in heated arguments. Instead, he calmly states his perspective and then gives her space to reflect on her actions. By not feeding into the conflict, Sam sends a clear message that such behavior is unacceptable and will not be tolerated without consequences. Sam's approach demonstrates strength and self-respect. Women like Rachel quickly learn that they cannot manipulate or control Sam with drama or emotional games. This behavior sets a tone of mutual respect in the relationship, as Rachel understands that Sam values himself and expects the same from her. Moreover, by not rewarding bad behavior, Sam avoids unnecessary stress and maintains his peace of mind. He focuses on positive interactions and ensures that his relationships are built on respect and understanding. This strategy not only enhances his attractiveness, but also creates a healthier dynamic where both partners are encouraged to communicate and resolve issues maturely. In essence, not rewarding bad behavior is a key trait of high-value men. By maintaining a stoic demeanor and setting clear boundaries, they ensure respect and avoid unnecessary conflicts. This approach fosters healthier relationships and makes them more attractive to women who value maturity and self-respect. Section 9. Boldness. High-value men take risks and confidently approach women, avoiding passive behavior. They understand that fortune favors the brave and that taking initiative is key to success in both dating and life. Consider Jake, who embodies boldness in his interactions. When Jake is interested in a woman, he doesn't hesitate to make the first move. At a networking event, he notices a woman named Laura, who catches his eye. Instead of waiting for a perfect moment or overthinking his approach, Jake confidently walks up to her, introduces himself, and starts a conversation. This bold approach immediately sets Jake apart from men who are too timid or passive. Laura appreciates his confidence and finds his directness refreshing. Even if Jake faces rejection, He views it as a learning experience rather than a failure. This willingness to take risks and embrace potential failure makes Jake more resilient and attractive. Jake's boldness extends beyond his interactions with women. In his professional life, he's proactive and takes the initiative to seize opportunities. Whether it's pitching a new idea at work or pursuing a challenging project, Jake is not afraid to step out of his comfort zone. This attitude of boldness and initiative translates into his personal life, making him a dynamic and interesting individual. Furthermore, Jake's boldness means he doesn't settle for mediocrity. He strives for excellence in everything he does, from his career to his personal growth. This drive for success and improvement makes him a high-value man who stands out in any crowd. In summary, boldness is a defining trait of high-value men. By taking risks and confidently approaching women, they set themselves apart from passive individuals. This initiative and willingness to embrace challenges make them more attractive and successful in both their personal and professional lives. Section 10. Valuing time. High-value men prioritize their commitments and do not easily alter plans for women, making their time seem more valuable. They understand that time is a precious resource and manage it wisely to achieve their goals. Consider Tom, who has a busy and fulfilling life. Tom is dedicated to his career as a software developer and spends his evenings working on personal projects or engaging in hobbies like cycling and photography. When he meets a woman he likes, Tom makes it clear that his time is valuable. For example, when planning a date, Tom doesn't say, "I'm free anytime you are." Instead, he suggests a specific day and time that fits into his schedule, such as, "I'm available on Saturday evening. Would you like to join me for dinner then?" This approach signals that Tom has a life filled with meaningful activities and that he is not willing to drop everything at a moment's notice. Women find this attitude intriguing because it shows that Tom values his own time and expects others to do the same. It creates a sense of anticipation and makes his availability more precious. Additionally, by not being overly accommodating, Tom ensures that his interactions are more balanced and respectful. Moreover, Tom's focus on valuing time means he avoids wasting it on unproductive relationships or activities. He is selective about who he spends his time with and ensures that his relationships add value to his life. This selectiveness not only enhances his personal growth, but also makes him more attractive to women who appreciate a man with a clear sense of purpose and direction. In essence, valuing time is a crucial trait of high-value men. By managing their time wisely and prioritizing their commitments, they project a sense of self-worth and purpose. This attitude makes their time seem more valuable and ensures that their relationships are built on mutual respect and appreciation. Section 11. Personal boundaries. High-value men establish and maintain clear personal boundaries, demonstrating self-respect and demanding the same from others. They understand that setting boundaries is essential for healthy relationships and self-preservation. Consider Andrew, who is firm about his personal boundaries. Andrew knows what he values and what he will not tolerate in his relationships. When he starts dating someone new, he communicates these boundaries clearly and respectfully. For instance, he might say, "I value honesty and mutual respect in a relationship. I don't engage in relationships where there is dishonesty or manipulation." By setting these boundaries early on, Andrew establishes a foundation of respect and clarity. Women appreciate this straightforwardness because it removes ambiguity and sets clear expectations. If a woman crosses these boundaries, Andrew addresses it calmly but firmly. For example, if his partner cancels plans last minute without a valid reason, Andrew might say, "I understand things come up, but I value reliability." Let's make sure we respect each other's time moving forward. Andrew's firm stance on personal boundaries also means he's not afraid to walk away from toxic or unhealthy relationships. This self-respect signals to women that he values himself highly and will not settle for less. It also encourages them to respect him and his boundaries more deeply. Moreover, Andrew's boundaries extend to his personal time and space. He ensures that he has time for his own interests, friends, and self-care. This balance is crucial for his well-being and personal growth, making him a well-rounded and attractive individual. In summary, establishing and maintaining personal boundaries is a key trait of high-value men. By demonstrating self-respect and clear expectations, they ensure healthier, more respectful relationships. This approach not only protects their well-being, but also makes them more attractive and desirable to women who value maturity and self-respect. In the complex world of dating and relationships, becoming a high-value man means understanding and implementing strategies that set you apart. By embracing independence, offering selective validation, communicating directly, and having a strong sense of purpose, you can attract women naturally and effortlessly. Mastering emotional control, not rewarding bad behavior, and maintaining personal boundaries are essential traits that ensure respect and admiration. Remember, high-value men are bold, value their time, and have a fearless mindset that exudes confidence. These principles, rooted in Stoicism and emotional intelligence, not only enhance your attractiveness, but also contribute to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Implement these 11 key traits and watch as your interactions transform, leading to more meaningful and respectful relationships. Share your experiences and thoughts in the comments section below, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Stay tuned for more insights and strategies to help you thrive in all areas of your life. Until next time, continue to grow and embrace the journey of becoming the best version of yourself. Have you ever wondered why some people seem unshaken by life's storms, while others crumble at the first sign of trouble? The secret lies in an ancient philosophy that has stood the test of time: Stoicism. Inspired by the teachings of Epictetus, Stoicism offers practical wisdom to remain unaffected by external chaos. Today, we're diving into 12 Stoic principles that can help you cultivate inner peace and resilience. Let's embark on this journey with a curious mind and an open heart, ready to transform our lives from within. Power of acceptance. Imagine you're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Your heart races and frustration builds. Now pause. What if, instead of fuming, you accepted the situation calmly? By recognizing your emotions and understanding the problem, you can redirect your energy toward finding solutions. Perhaps you use the time to practice deep breathing or plan your next steps. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up. It means choosing a response that leads to positive action. When we embrace the power of acceptance, we unlock a pathway to inner peace and effective problem solving. Acceptance is a fundamental Stoic principle. Epictetus, a former slave turned philosopher, taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control our reactions to them. This mindset shift allows us to maintain our composure and focus on what we can influence. Consider Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison under harsh conditions. Instead of succumbing to bitterness, he accepted his situation and used his time to strengthen his resolve and vision for a united South Africa. His acceptance and resilience transformed him into a global symbol of peace and forgiveness, living according to nature. Picture a tree in the forest. It doesn't struggle against the wind or resist the changing seasons. It grows in harmony with its environment, finding strength and purpose in its natural state. We, too, can find a meaningful life by living in harmony with nature. This means understanding and accepting our limitations, finding peace in simplicity, and aligning our lives with our true essence. By embracing the natural flow of life, we can cultivate a sense of contentment and purpose, much like the tree that stands tall through all seasons. Living according to nature involves recognizing and respecting the natural order of the world and our place within it. This principle encourages us to live authentically, embracing our true selves without pretension or resistance. Consider the life of Henry David Thoreau, who spent 2 years living simply in a cabin near Walden Pond. Thoreau's experiment in simple living and self-sufficiency was an effort to reconnect with nature and understand life's essentials, reflecting the Stoic ideal of living according to nature. Mind control. Consider a skilled surfer riding the waves. They don't control the ocean, but masterfully navigate their board with discipline and focus. Similarly, controlling our thoughts and reactions is crucial for inner peace. It's about cultivating self-discipline and staying present. When faced with a challenging situation, instead of being swept away by emotions, take a moment to breathe and center yourself. By mastering your mind, you can navigate life's waves with grace and stability, maintaining peace even amidst turmoil. Epictetus emphasized that while external events are beyond our control, our thoughts and responses are within our power. This mastery of the mind enables us to maintain equanimity regardless of external circumstances. Take the story of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, Frankl describes how he found mental strength by focusing on his inner life and purpose. Even in the horrific conditions of a concentration camp, his ability to control his mind and find meaning in suffering exemplifies this Stoic principle. Overcoming fear and dishonor. Think about a time when you felt embarrassed or fearful. Often, it's not the event itself, but the meaning we assign to it that causes distress. By focusing on self-improvement and inner peace, rather than seeking external validation, we can overcome these feelings. For instance, if you stumble during a presentation, view it as a learning opportunity rather than a personal failure. Shift your perspective to see every challenge as a step towards growth. By doing so, fear and dishonor lose their power over you. Stoicism teaches that fear and dishonor are products of our judgments. By changing our perceptions and focusing on our internal values rather than external opinions, we can overcome these negative emotions. Consider Eleanor Roosevelt, who transformed her initial shyness and fear of public speaking into a strength. Through dedication and self-improvement, she became a powerful advocate for human rights and a respected public figure. Her journey illustrates how overcoming fear and dishonor can lead to significant personal growth and impact. Exercising restraint. Imagine holding a cup of hot coffee. If you grip it too tightly, you risk spilling it. Similarly, exercising restraint in our emotions and actions leads to inner peace and strength. Recognize your emotions, but pause before reacting. Respond mindfully, considering the consequences. This practice not only prevents unnecessary conflicts, but also helps you build stronger relationships, like holding that coffee cup gently yet firmly. Practicing restraint allows you to navigate life situations with balance and grace. Exercising restraint or temperance is about moderating our impulses and desires to maintain inner harmony and avoid unnecessary turmoil. Mahatma Gandhi practiced restraint through his commitment to non-violence and civil disobedience. Even when faced with aggression and injustice, Gandhi maintained a disciplined and restrained approach, which ultimately led to India's independence and inspired movements for civil rights and freedom across the world. Firm purposes. Think of a lighthouse standing tall against a storm. It's a beacon of guidance and strength. In life, having firm purposes acts like that lighthouse. Challenges will come, but a strong sense of purpose helps you navigate through them. Reflect deeply to define your goals and values. Stay committed to these, even when faced with adversity. Your firm purposes will act as your guiding light, helping you to remain steadfast and resilient, no matter the circumstances. Having firm purposes provides direction and resilience in the face of challenges. It helps us stay focused on our goals and values, regardless of external pressures. Martin Luther King Jr.'s unwavering commitment to civil rights and social justice exemplifies having firm purposes. Despite facing significant opposition, threats, and personal sacrifices, his steadfast dedication to his cause inspired profound social change and left an enduring legacy. Response to criticism. Imagine being in a crowded room with voices all around. Among the noise, a friend offers constructive feedback. How do you respond? The key is to control your reactions to others' opinions, understand your motivations, and develop patience. If someone criticizes you, see it as an opportunity to learn and grow rather than a personal attack. This mindset allows you to respond with gentleness and composure, turning criticism into a tool for self-improvement. Stoicism teaches us to view criticism as a means for self-improvement rather than a personal affront. By controlling our reactions, we can use feedback constructively. Abraham Lincoln faced harsh criticism throughout his presidency, particularly during the Civil War. Instead of reacting defensively, he often listened carefully and used constructive criticism to guide his decisions. His ability to respond thoughtfully to criticism contributed to his effectiveness as a leader. Anticipating obstacles. Think of a seasoned traveler packing for a journey. They anticipate weather changes, roadblocks, and detours. Similarly, in life, preparing for potential difficulties helps us face them calmly. Envision challenges you might encounter and plan accordingly. Balance your emotions with logic to stay prepared. By anticipating obstacles, you can approach them with a clear mind and a steady heart, much like a traveler ready for any adventure. Anticipating obstacles, or premeditatio malorum, is a Stoic practice that involves preparing mentally for potential challenges. This foresight helps us remain composed and ready to handle adversity. Consider the approach of NASA engineers during the Apollo 13 mission. When an oxygen tank exploded, they were able to calmly and effectively solve the life-threatening problem because they had anticipated potential issues and prepared for various contingencies. Their foresight and preparation saved the lives of the astronauts and ensured the mission's safe return. Dealing with insults. Recall a time when someone's words stung. It's not the insult itself, but our perception of it that causes pain. Use these moments for reflection and growth. For example, if someone calls you lazy, instead of reacting defensively, consider whether there's any truth to it. Use it as a chance to improve yourself. By viewing insults as opportunities for self-betterment, you transform negative experiences into powerful catalysts for personal growth. Dealing with insults involves reframing our perspective and using the experience for self-improvement rather than letting it harm our self-esteem. Oprah Winfrey faced numerous insults and criticisms early in her career, particularly regarding her background and appearance. Instead of letting these comments undermine her, she used them as motivation to improve herself and build a media empire. Her resilience and ability to grow from criticism have made her one of the most influential figures in media. Choosing your response. Imagine holding a remote control to your emotions. You have the power to choose your response to criticism. When faced with negative feedback, recognize your emotions, but don't let them control you. Seek inner strength and practice forgiveness. By consciously choosing your response, you maintain your peace and integrity. This power of choice ensures that you remain in control of your reactions, no matter the external circumstances. Choosing your response is about maintaining control over your reactions and emotions, ensuring that you act in alignment with your values and principles. Malala Yousafzai, after being shot by the Taliban for advocating girls' education, chose to respond with forgiveness and continued her activism. Her choice to promote peace and education, rather than succumbing to fear and anger, has made her a powerful voice for human rights and earned her the Nobel Peace Prize. Gratitude. Picture a jar you fill with pebbles, each representing something you're grateful for. Over time, the jar overflows, symbolizing a heart full of gratitude. Focusing on what you have, rather than what you lack, helps maintain a positive outlook and inner peace. Practice daily gratitude to strengthen your mental resilience. By regularly acknowledging the good in your life, you create a foundation of positivity that can withstand any challenge. Gratitude is a powerful practice that fosters a positive mindset and resilience. By focusing on the good in our lives, we can maintain inner peace and joy. Dick Vujicic, born without arms and legs, practices gratitude despite his physical challenges. He focuses on what he can do rather than what he lacks, inspiring millions with his motivational speeches and positive outlook. His life demonstrates how gratitude can lead to a fulfilling and impactful existence. Self-reflection. Envision a quiet moment at the end of your day, a time set aside just for you. Regular self-reflection promotes personal growth and understanding. Reflect on your thoughts, actions, and emotions. Identify areas for improvement and celebrate your progress. This practice not only enhances self-awareness but also fosters continuous growth. By making self-reflection a daily habit, you nurture a deeper understanding of yourself and your journey. Self-reflection is a key Stoic practice that involves regularly examining our thoughts, actions, and motives to foster personal growth and self-awareness. Benjamin Franklin practiced daily self-reflection, recording his successes and failures in a journal. He assessed his progress toward living by his 13 virtues, continually striving for self-improvement. This habit of self-reflection contributed significantly to his personal and professional achievements. In summary, Stoicism, as taught by Epictetus, emphasizes the power of our reactions, preparation for challenges, and living in harmony with our true nature. By applying these principles, we cultivate resilience, inner peace, and a meaningful life, unaffected by external turbulence. Engage with the Stoic community to share experiences and continue growing together, transforming your life with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism.
Here are 10 signs that you are being too kind, and 4 powerful strategies to stop people from taking advantage of your kindness and protect your energy. Have you ever felt like your kindness is being used against you? Maybe you've noticed one of these signs. People only come to you when they need something. Your goals are consistently sidelined, or you feel drained and unappreciated after helping others. If any of these resonate, it's a wake-up call. You might be giving too much, and it's costing you your happiness and peace of mind. When you're overly kind, you risk falling into dangerous patterns. You might find yourself neglecting your own needs, attracting people who drain your energy, or being treated as weak. Worse, you could even lose touch with your own identity as your life becomes consumed by the needs of others. The Stoics warned against this imbalance, teaching us the importance of self-respect and setting boundaries. But don't worry, there's a way out. Imagine a life where you could spot these 10 signs early and take action. People treating you as weak, assuming you'll handle everything, or overlooking your goals. What if you could break free from these cycles, preserve your energy, and still be a kind and giving person? In this video, I'll reveal 10 signs that you are being too kind and 4 transformative strategies to protect your energy while maintaining meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have the tools to balance kindness with self-respect and finally stop feeling taken advantage of. Stick around. This could change the way you see yourself and your relationships forever. 10 signs that you should stop being too kind. 1. Unrealistic expectations. How overgiving leaves you drained. Let me tell you about a moment in my life when I felt completely wiped out. I had bent over backward to help a friend who was struggling. I covered their shifts, lent them money, and even spent hours listening to their problems. At first, I felt good, like I was making a difference. But as the weeks went by, something strange started happening. I found myself waiting for them to ask, "How are you doing?" or to return the favor. Spoiler alert, it didn't happen. Instead, they grew comfortable taking what I gave, and I grew resentful. Here's the truth I had to face. I wasn't being selfless. I was attaching strings. I expected them to give back, to reciprocate, to care as much as I cared. And when they didn't, I felt betrayed. That's when I realized I had unrealistic expectations, and it wasn't their fault. It was mine. The Stoics teach us to give freely, but with boundaries. They say, give not to please, but to act in accordance with your own principles. Giving from a place of expectation isn't generosity. It's a transaction, and when you expect others to fill your emotional bank account, you set yourself up for disappointment. 2. Dependency creation. Breaking free from the trap of always giving. I used to think that helping others non-stop was a sign of strength. If I could solve everyone's problems, surely they'd see my value, right? But here's the trap. The more I helped, the less others tried to help themselves. My constant giving became a crutch for them and a burden for me. I'll never forget the time I stayed up all night finishing a colleague's project. Instead of gratitude, they handed me even more work the next week. I was enabling their laziness, not empowering their growth. That's when I realized I was stuck in a cycle of overgiving, and it was harming both of us. The Stoics remind us that self-respect begins with boundaries. As Seneca said, sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Living courageously means saying no when giving would hurt you or hinder someone else's growth. True kindness isn't about doing everything for others. It's about inspiring them to step up and handle their own responsibilities. Once I learned this, I started changing my approach. Instead of jumping in to fix everything, I offered guidance and encouragement. But I let people take charge of their own challenges. It wasn't easy at first. Old habits die hard. But over time, it felt empowering. Remember this, when you always rescue others, you're not helping them. You're holding them back. Be kind, but don't let your kindness become a cage for yourself or others. Empower, don't enable. I started asking myself, am I giving because I genuinely want to, or because I expect something in return? That shift in mindset was life-changing. Now, I give what I can without overextending myself, and I let go of the outcome. It's not about getting something back. It's about staying true to who I am. And guess what? When you give from a place of strength and self-respect, people sense it. It creates healthier relationships. Stop chasing approval. Start embracing the power of intentional giving. It's freedom. 3. Neglected goals. How overgiving can steal your purpose. There was a point in my life when I felt like I was running on a hamster wheel. Every day was a blur of helping others, family, friends, co-workers, but my own goals, forgotten. I was so focused on pleasing everyone else that I didn't even know what I wanted anymore. The wake-up call came when I missed a major opportunity because I was too busy helping someone move. I looked at my life and thought, how did I get here? The Stoics warn us that if we ignore our own responsibilities, we lose ourselves. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." I had been avoiding my own dreams by drowning myself in other people's problems. It felt easier to fix their lives than to face my own fears. But here's the truth. Self-neglect isn't noble. It's self-sabotage. So I started small. I made time for what mattered to me, writing, learning, working toward my dreams. I learned to politely decline requests that didn't align with my priorities. And guess what? Not only did I start making progress, but people respected me more for it. If you feel lost in the chaos of helping everyone but yourself, it's time to stop. Your dreams deserve your attention. Take control of your life by setting boundaries and putting yourself first, not out of selfishness, but out of self-respect. 4. Perceived weakness. How overgiving undermines your strength. There was a time when I prided myself on being the person everyone could count on. Need a favor? I was your go-to, but over time I noticed something unsettling. People began to take my help for granted. Worse, they started treating me as if I didn't have the strength to stand up for myself. I remember a moment when someone flat out said, "Don't worry, you'll do it. You always do." That hit me like a ton of bricks. My kindness, which I thought would earn respect, was being mistaken for weakness. It wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. The Stoics teach us that true strength comes from self-control and setting boundaries. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." By not saying no, I was giving up my freedom and my power. I decided to change. The next time someone pushed a responsibility onto me, I respectfully declined. At first, they were surprised, even annoyed, but eventually something unexpected happened. They began to respect me. Saying no didn't make me less helpful. It made me someone whose time and energy were valued. Here's the truth. People will treat you the way you teach them to. If you don't set boundaries, you'll be seen as a doormat. But when you stand up for yourself, you command respect. Don't let your kindness be mistaken for weakness. Let it be rooted in strength. 5. Conditional relationships. Recognizing true connections. One day, I looked around and realized that most of the people in my life only showed up when they needed something. At first, I told myself, that's just how people are. But deep down, it stung. Why weren't they there when I needed support? The Stoics teach us to act with wisdom and discernment. Marcus Aurelius said, Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. I realized I needed to be intentional about my relationships, focusing on those who truly valued me for who I was, not what I could do for them. I began to pull back from one-sided friendships. It was hard, I'm not going to lie. But as I let go of people who only took, I made space for deeper, more meaningful connections. I discovered the power of saying, "I can't right now," and it helped me see who truly valued me beyond my favors. Here's the key. Real relationships are about mutual respect and care. If someone only calls when they need something, it's time to reevaluate that connection. Invest your time in people who lift you up, not just those who weigh you down. 6. Attracting opportunists, guarding your energy. I used to wonder why certain people seemed to gravitate toward me, the ones who always had problems but never solutions. They drained my energy, leaving me emotionally and mentally exhausted. No matter how much I gave, it was never enough. It felt like I was a magnet for negativity. The Stoics have a profound lesson here. We are what we repeatedly do. If you give endlessly without boundaries, you train others to see you as a resource rather than a person. When your energy is low, you attract opportunists, people who take but never give. This realization hit me hard. I had to acknowledge that my overgiving was part of the problem. So I decided to shift my focus. Instead of giving to everyone, I started prioritizing relationships and activities that uplifted me. I began practicing what the Stoics call apatheia, emotional balance, by protecting my energy. It wasn't easy. Some people didn't like the new boundaries, but as I distanced myself from those who drained me, I noticed something incredible. I started attracting people who brought positivity and support into my life. When you elevate your energy, you invite better into your world. Remember, kindness is powerful, but it needs to come from a place of strength. Protect your energy. It's your greatest asset. 7. Risk of addiction. The hidden cost of overgiving. One day, someone close to me said, "You're always helping others, but have you noticed how much you've been relying on that extra drink or those late-night snacks?" At first, I brushed it off, but later it hit me. My overgiving was driving me to unhealthy habits. I was using distractions to cope with burnout. The Stoics warn us about losing control over ourselves. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you give too much and neglect your own needs, you leave a void that unhealthy habits can easily fill. I started paying attention to how I felt after giving too much, tired, frustrated, and sometimes even resentful. To break the cycle, I began setting firm boundaries and prioritizing my own well-being. I replaced unhealthy habits with restorative ones, like journaling or taking long walks. If you're caught in a pattern of overgiving and unhealthy coping, pause, reflect. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to help others. Master your choices, and you'll master your life. 8. Suspicion of motives. Why kindness can be misunderstood. I used to think kindness would always be appreciated, but there were moments when people questioned my intentions. "Why are you doing this?" they'd ask, as if my generosity had some hidden agenda. It was disheartening. The Stoics remind us to focus on our actions, not others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Living with integrity means doing good for its own sake, not for validation or approval. I learned to let go of how others perceived my kindness. I focused on living in alignment with my values, knowing that not everyone would understand or trust my motives. Over time, the right people saw my intentions and the wrong ones fell away. If you've experienced this, remember, you don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Be kind, but don't let suspicion discourage you. Your actions, grounded in integrity, will speak louder than words. 9. Loss of identity, forgetting who you are. There was a time in my life when I felt like I was living for everyone else. I was the problem solver, the caregiver, the one who always said, "I'll handle it." Slowly, without even noticing, I started losing touch with who I really was. My dreams, interests, and even my sense of self-worth faded into the background. The Stoics teach us that our identity lies in our ability to live in harmony with our values. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Overgiving can pull you away from the essence of who you are because you're too busy trying to meet others' expectations. I realized that I wasn't just overgiving. I was using it as a way to avoid confronting my own fears and insecurities. By focusing entirely on others, I didn't have to face my inner struggles, but ignoring them only made things worse. I began reclaiming my identity by setting aside time to reflect on what truly mattered to me. I asked myself, what do I stand for? What do I want my life to look like? It wasn't easy, but the more I aligned with my values, the stronger and more confident I became. If you've lost touch with yourself, pause and reconnect. Kindness begins with being kind to yourself. When you know who you are, your kindness will have more purpose and power. 10. Burnout, the ultimate cost of overgiving. I remember one particularly busy month where I said yes to everything, helping a friend move, covering extra shifts at work, and even volunteering at an event. By the end of it, I was completely drained. I had nothing left for myself or anyone else. That's when I realized burnout isn't just physical exhaustion, it's emotional and mental depletion too. The Stoics warn us about the dangers of overextending ourselves. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." When we give too much, we not only exhaust our resources but also carry unnecessary mental burdens. I learned to recognize the signs of burnout: constant fatigue, irritability, and feeling like I was running on empty. To recover, I started practicing the Stoic principle of moderation. I made deliberate choices about where to spend my time and energy, and I gave myself permission to rest. Burnout teaches a valuable lesson. You can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritize your well-being, and you'll find that you have more to give, not less. The key is balance. When you protect yourself from burnout, your acts of kindness will come from a place of abundance, not obligation. Here are 4 strategies to avoid exploitation. 1. Self-awareness. Listen to your emotions. There was a time when I thought I could give endlessly without consequences. I'd feel drained, frustrated, or even resentful after helping someone, but I'd brush it off as normal. What I didn't realize was that these feelings were my mind and body screaming for attention, telling me something wasn't right. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When we ignore our emotions, we lose sight of what we need and allow ourselves to be overrun by others' demands. I started practicing emotional check-ins. Before agreeing to help someone, I asked myself, how do I feel about this? Am I giving because I want to? or because I feel pressured. If the thought of saying yes left me anxious or overwhelmed, I knew it was time to step back. Self-awareness doesn't mean you stop helping others. It means you help in a way that doesn't compromise your well-being. I learned to give from a place of strength, not obligation. By recognizing when I was overextending myself, I could course correct before reaching burnout. Your emotions are a guide, not a weakness. They reveal when your boundaries are being crossed or when you're neglecting your needs. Listen to them. When you honor your feelings, you protect your energy and ensure that your kindness is sustainable. 2. Say no. The power of boundaries. Saying no used to terrify me. I worried people would see me as selfish or unreliable. So, I said yes to everything, even when it stretched me thin. The result? I felt exhausted, unappreciated, and trapped in commitments I didn't want to fulfill. The Stoics remind us that true freedom lies in self-control. Epictetus said, "He who is not master of himself is forever a slave." Learning to say no is an act of mastery. It allows you to protect your time, energy, and priorities. At first, saying no felt awkward. I practiced in front of a mirror, telling myself, no isn't rejection, it's self-respect. When someone asked for more than I could give, I'd respond with empathy but firmness. "I'd love to help, but I can't commit right now." It was liberating. The more I used this magic word, the more I realized its power. People began respecting my boundaries, and I felt lighter and more in control of my life. Saying no isn't about being selfish. It's about ensuring you have the capacity to say yes to what truly matters. Here's the truth. Every time you say no to something misaligned with your priorities, you say yes to yourself. Practice this skill. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Boundaries aren't walls. They're bridges to a healthier, more balanced life. 3. Prioritize personal time. Self-care isn't selfish. I used to think carving out personal time was indulgent. My calendar was packed with tasks for others, and I felt guilty about taking even a moment for myself. But eventually, I hit a breaking point. I realized I couldn't keep giving if I was running on empty. The Stoics understood the value of self-care. Seneca said, "We should take wandering outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing." Time for yourself isn't just a luxury, it's a necessity. I started scheduling me time like any other appointment. Whether it was an hour for exercise, reading a good book, or simply sitting with my thoughts, I treated it as non-negotiable. When someone asked for my help during this time, I respectfully declined or offered to assist later. Protecting this space became my way of honoring my well-being. The benefits were profound. I felt more energized, focused, and present, not just for myself, but for others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was an act of love that allowed me to show up better in every area of my life. If you're struggling to prioritize yourself, start small. Set aside 10 minutes a day for something that brings you joy or peace. As you build this habit, you'll find that personal time isn't a luxury. It's the foundation of your strength. 4. Identify energy vampires. Protect your energy. Have you ever spent time with someone who leaves you feeling completely drained? I used to think I had to help everyone, no matter how much it cost me emotionally. But certain people, energy vampires, took more than I could give and left me feeling empty. The Stoics advise us to choose our relationships wisely. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Not everyone deserves your time or energy. especially those who take without giving back. I began to identify the energy vampires in my life, the ones who constantly complained, sought attention, or created drama without ever working on their problems. At first, it was hard to distance myself. I felt guilty, as if I was abandoning them. But then I realized I couldn't help them if they weren't willing to help themselves. By stepping back, I freed up emotional space for relationships that uplifted me. I surrounded myself with people who inspired, supported, and challenged me to grow. It wasn't about cutting everyone off. It was about setting boundaries with those who drained me. If someone in your life consistently takes more than they give, it's time to reassess that relationship. Protecting your energy isn't selfish, it's essential. You can't light up the world if someone is constantly dimming your flame. Choose wisely, and you'll thrive. Finding the balance between kindness and self-respect is one of the most empowering journeys you can take. By learning to set boundaries, prioritize your well-being, and protect your energy, you not only safeguard yourself, but also create deeper, more meaningful relationships with those who truly value you. Remember, kindness is most impactful when it comes from a place of strength and self-awareness. If this video resonated with you or gave you a new perspective, let us know in the comments. What signs of overgiving have you noticed in your own life? Which strategy are you most excited to try? Your insights and takeaways might just inspire someone else on their journey. And if you found this content helpful, don't forget to like the video. It helps others discover these life-changing strategies. Subscribe to our channel for more wisdom that empowers you to live with clarity, purpose, and balance. Share this video with someone who might need it. They'll thank you for it. Let's build a community that supports one another in finding harmony between giving and living authentically. Imagine a life where every setback becomes fuel for growth, where validation isn't needed from anyone but yourself, and your peace is truly unbreakable. The ancient Stoics lived through unimaginable challenges, yet found ways to cultivate an inner strength that could weather any storm. They saw resilience as a mindset, a way to thrive, not just survive. What if you could harness that same power? What if you could pursue your dreams quietly, free from the pull of others' opinions, moving through life with intention and purpose? Today, I'll share 12 Stoic-inspired principles, a roadmap for building unshakable confidence, focusing your energy, and outsmarting life's chaos. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're practical tools for modern resilience. If you're ready to turn inward and build the kind of strength that truly lasts, let's dive into the first principle. 1. Nurture my aspirations in silence. When I have a dream or goal, the excitement makes me want to share it with others. But I've learned that sometimes the best thing I can do for my aspirations is to keep them close, to let them grow quietly in my own mind before exposing them to the outside world. The Stoics taught that dreams need nurturing in solitude because, early on, they're fragile, vulnerable to others' doubts and skepticism. By protecting my dreams from premature exposure, I give them the space to strengthen, evolve, and align with my own values. Keeping my aspirations private helps me stay focused on my true motivation, the internal why that drives me. When I share too early, I risk shifting my focus from achieving the goal to seeking others' approval. By holding back, I'm able to build a deeper commitment to my vision, grounded in my own excitement and determination. This practice allows me to recalibrate and adapt freely without feeling the weight of external expectations. Over time, I've realized that my aspirations are often best shared only when they've matured and are ready to stand strong on their own. When the moment comes to bring others into my vision, I do so with the confidence of knowing I've nurtured it authentically. This quiet, deliberate approach reminds me of a Stoic truth. True power comes from action, not from words. By allowing my dreams to develop privately, I'm able to move toward them with a sense of quiet confidence that no amount of external influence can shake. 2. Avoid gossip and focus on self-improvement. It's easy to get drawn into conversations about others, to focus on their flaws, decisions, or situations. But when I spend energy on gossip, I'm not just talking about others. I'm losing precious time and focus that I could use to improve myself. The Stoics remind me that my energy is finite, and every minute spent judging others is a minute I'm not dedicating to my own growth. Instead of discussing others, I aim to turn my focus inward. Gossip can be a subtle drain on my peace of mind and an unnecessary source of comparison and negativity. By avoiding it, I'm not just creating a more positive environment. I'm also cultivating a mindset focused on growth, compassion, and self-awareness. I've seen the difference it makes in my relationships as well. When I steer clear of gossip, I contribute to a culture of respect, trust, and integrity, where people know I value them for who they are, not for judgments I may pass behind their backs. This principle has a powerful impact on my inner peace too. When I focus on self-improvement rather than others' flaws, I experience more clarity and calm. I'm less likely to compare myself or judge others, which brings me greater satisfaction and a clearer sense of purpose. This Stoic approach reminds me that every moment spent improving myself is an investment in becoming a better, stronger version of myself, one who can contribute positively to the world. 3. Protect my energy. Energy is one of my most precious resources, and the Stoics taught me that managing it wisely is key to a fulfilling life. Each day, I encounter distractions, pressures, and minor stresses that can easily sap my energy if I'm not careful. Whether it's getting lost in social media, engaging in unnecessary drama, or worrying about things beyond my control, I've learned that I need to be intentional about where I direct my focus. Protecting my energy means setting boundaries around activities and people that drain me, and instead prioritizing those that uplift me and align with my values. For instance, while empathy is essential, I don't have to constantly surround myself with negativity or situations that disrupt my peace. This sometimes means creating physical or emotional distance to maintain my well-being. I'm better able to give my energy to what truly matters when I'm intentional about what I allow into my life. My own thoughts can be one of the biggest drains on my energy, especially if I let them spiral into worry or self-doubt. By practicing mental discipline, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I conserve energy and keep a calm mind. I've come to see that by protecting my energy, I'm actually investing in my resilience and ability to be present. This approach doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means engaging with them strategically and sustainably, so I have the energy to make meaningful progress in all aspects of my life. 4. Don't boast about your achievements. When I accomplish something meaningful, it's natural to want to share it, to let others know about the hard work I put in. But the Stoics teach us something profound here. True success doesn't need a spotlight. If my achievements are genuine, they'll be evident in the way I carry myself, in the impact of my actions, and in the respect I've earned over time. not in the amount of praise I receive. Whenever I boast, I shift my focus away from the purpose behind the work and onto the accolades. And the more I seek validation from others, the less I feel satisfied within myself. Instead, by practicing quiet humility, I can find fulfillment in the work itself. This shift helps me stay grounded. Rather than seeking recognition, I put my energy into learning and growing, becoming better with each effort. I think of a gardener tending their plants day after day. When their garden blooms, the beauty is evident to anyone who sees it. The gardener doesn't need to shout about their skill because the results speak for themselves. By embodying this principle, I remind myself that my actions and dedication are what really matter, not the approval of others. Letting my work do the talking creates an inner confidence, one that's far more fulfilling than any praise I might receive. In the end, I find that humility brings deeper, more lasting respect. People appreciate authenticity, and by focusing on the work rather than the rewards, I build genuine connections with those around me. By embodying this approach, I cultivate a sense of pride that's rooted in who I am and what I stand for, not just what I've achieved. 5. Keep your next move. Private. There's a certain strength in keeping my plans close to my chest. It's tempting to talk about my goals, to share every detail with those around me. But I found that discussing my intentions too early can sometimes backfire. When I reveal my next steps, I invite opinions, doubts, and even judgments from others that can distract me from my purpose. By keeping my plans to myself, I'm able to focus fully on the actions that will make my goals a reality. I can take each step deliberately, free from the noise of external influence. The Stoics knew that action is more powerful than words. They understood that the future is uncertain, and that sharing plans prematurely can create unnecessary pressure. When I act in silence, I protect my focus, giving my dreams the space they need to grow strong. In practice, this means I stay accountable to myself first. If I talk too much about what I plan to do, it can feel like I've already accomplished something, and that sometimes reduces my drive to actually follow through. Keeping my intentions private helps me stay committed, ensuring that my focus remains sharp and my goals unclouded by outside input. Ultimately, this approach reinforces my resilience. By embracing this principle, I'm not just taking steps toward my goals. I'm strengthening my ability to follow through, regardless of what others may think. When the time is right, I'll reveal my progress, but only when I've already built something worth showing. 6. Practice gratitude in solitude. Taking time to practice gratitude, especially in solitude, has become essential to my well-being. In today's world, where we're encouraged to share every moment and seek external validation, I find solace in quietly reflecting on the things I appreciate. In these moments of solitude, I'm able to connect deeply with what truly matters to me. When I'm alone with my thoughts, I'm free from distractions. And this is where gratitude has its deepest impact. I'm not performing for an audience or looking for reactions. I'm simply acknowledging the gifts in my life, big and small. This quiet practice helps me cultivate a genuine sense of contentment, one that isn't dependent on external circumstances. The Stoics believe that gratitude is a foundation for resilience because it shifts focus from what's lacking to what's already present. During these moments, I notice that my perspective shifts. Challenges don't feel as overwhelming because I'm reminded of the support, opportunities, and strengths I already have. By building a gratitude practice in private, I foster a sense of inner peace and resilience. I'm able to face difficulties with a lighter heart, knowing I have a well of gratitude to draw from. Gratitude in solitude also strengthens my relationships. When I approach others from a place of appreciation, they feel it, even if I don't explicitly express it. I bring more positivity into my interactions and become a source of calm and encouragement for those around me. This quiet practice, I've found, builds a reserve of strength that serves me in every area of life. 7. Guard your weaknesses. There's power in understanding my weaknesses, but I don't need to broadcast them to the world. The Stoics remind me that vulnerabilities can be exploited, especially if shared too openly. Acknowledging my weaknesses is crucial for growth, yet by working on them privately, I protect myself from unnecessary scrutiny or judgment. If I openly discuss every flaw, it's easy for others to form a skewed perspective of who I am, focusing more on my struggles than on my strengths. When I keep my weaknesses guarded, I give myself the space to improve at my own pace. I'm not hiding from my challenges. I'm simply choosing to work on them away from prying eyes. This way, I can approach self-improvement with confidence, free from the pressure of others' opinions. Guarding my weaknesses also helps me build resilience. When I work on overcoming challenges quietly, I'm developing skills and strengths that are authentic and deeply rooted. I'm not improving because others expect it of me. I'm doing it for myself. This approach helps me stay focused on my own journey without comparing myself to others. In essence, I'm creating a fortress within myself, one that's reinforced by my own quiet dedication. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm not just becoming stronger, I'm building an unshakable sense of self-reliance. When I eventually emerge with newfound strengths, I do so with confidence, knowing that I overcame my weaknesses on my own terms. 8. Don't overthink or dwell on challenges. Challenges are inevitable, but dwelling on them rarely brings relief or progress. When I face difficulties, it's tempting to overanalyze or complain, but I found that this only amplifies the issue. The Stoics encourage us to address challenges with a solution-oriented mindset, directing our energy toward what we can control instead of fixating on what's wrong. In practice, this means shifting my focus to action. Instead of getting stuck in a loop of worry, I break down the problem into manageable steps. I remind myself that challenges aren't meant to defeat me. They're opportunities to grow, to develop resilience and resourcefulness. When I view obstacles this way, I find that they lose much of their intimidating power. This approach doesn't mean ignoring my feelings. I can acknowledge my frustration or disappointment, but I don't let it consume me. By choosing not to dwell, I'm reclaiming control over my response to life setbacks. This perspective has taught me to be proactive, to seek solutions rather than get lost in the problem. Leaders who approach challenges with this mindset become a source of calm and stability. When others see that I'm able to move forward without getting bogged down by every obstacle, it inspires confidence and creates a sense of shared resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm able to handle adversity with a clear mind and a steady heart, always focused on moving forward. 9. Keep your kindness private. When I do something kind, the Stoics remind me that the reward lies in the act itself. In a world where it's common to post about every good deed, there's something deeply satisfying about kindness done quietly. True virtue, they taught, doesn't seek recognition or applause. It's motivated by a genuine desire to contribute positively to the world. By keeping my acts of kindness private, I reinforce that my intentions are pure. I'm not helping others to boost my ego or reputation, but simply because it feels right. This practice also encourages humility, reminding me that the focus isn't on me, it's on the impact I'm creating. When I help others quietly, I feel connected to something bigger than myself, which brings a profound sense of fulfillment. The beauty of unspoken kindness is that it often inspires others. People notice kindness even when it's not broadcasted. It's a quiet strength, one that builds trust and respect over time. When I do good for its own sake, I foster a more compassionate mindset. I'm not as focused on the external rewards. Instead, I feel joy in knowing I've contributed positively, even if no one else is aware. This private kindness has an interesting ripple effect. Those around me may feel encouraged to act in the same way, to help others without needing a stage. By embodying kindness as a personal value, I create a subtle yet powerful influence, inspiring others to lead with compassion too. 10. Seek feedback wisely. Feedback is essential for growth, but I've learned that not all feedback is equally beneficial. The Stoics valued humility and self-awareness, yet they also knew that opening ourselves to everyone's opinions could cloud our judgment. Seeking feedback wisely means choosing mentors and confidants who genuinely understand my goals and have my best interests at heart. When I carefully select the sources of my feedback, I create a support system rooted in trust. I'm not swayed by every passing opinion. Instead, I'm guided by those who respect my journey and offer insights grounded in experience. This practice helps me avoid the pitfalls of trying to please everyone, which is often an impossible and exhausting task. Choosing my sources of feedback also keeps me focused. Instead of being pulled in multiple directions by conflicting advice, I can make adjustments that are aligned with my true values. This approach builds resilience. I become more confident in my decisions, knowing that the feedback I receive comes from people who understand my vision and support my growth. In doing this, I foster a growth mindset that's intentional rather than reactive. I'm actively shaping my journey, refining my approach based on insights that are relevant and constructive. By seeking feedback wisely, I stay connected to my purpose, refining my strengths without getting lost in a sea of opinions. 11. Value discretion. Choose wisely who you trust. Not every thought, goal, or challenge is meant to be shared with everyone. The Stoics believed that our inner world is sacred, a place to be shared only with those who have earned our trust. Discretion allows me to protect my boundaries, to choose carefully who I let into my inner circle. By doing this, I create a safe space where I can be vulnerable, authentic, and open without fear of judgment. Choosing who to trust isn't about being secretive or closed off. It's about honoring my own values and personal growth. When I surround myself with people who genuinely respect and support me, I feel a sense of security. I know I'm sharing with those who understand the weight of my words and who genuinely care for my well-being. Practicing discretion also cultivates self-reliance. By not needing to disclose everything, I learn to process and work through challenges internally, building a deeper sense of confidence and self-trust. I become more resilient, knowing that I don't need constant external validation to feel secure in my decisions. This principle of discretion, I've found, also strengthens my relationships. When I'm selective with what I share, I give those closest to me a special role in my life. They know that I trust them deeply, which builds mutual respect and strengthens the bond we share. 12. Practice strategic solitude. In a constantly connected world, solitude might seem unnecessary or even uncomfortable. But I've learned that solitude isn't about loneliness. It's about creating intentional space for self-discovery and growth. The Stoics embrace solitude as a time to reflect, to align with their values, and to cultivate a deep inner peace that can't be found in the noise of the outside world. When I take time for solitude, I allow myself to step back from daily pressures and distractions. This quiet time lets me reconnect with my true intentions and assess if my actions align with my values. By carving out space for reflection, I'm able to see my path more clearly. I gain perspective, which often reveals solutions to challenges or brings clarity to my next steps. In solitude, I'm able to explore my thoughts and emotions without external influence. This is where I learn who I am at my core, free from the expectations of others. It's a time for personal growth, for cultivating resilience, and for finding peace within myself. When I make solitude a regular practice, I develop a stronger foundation, one that supports me in all aspects of life. Solitude also enhances my relationships. By taking time to center myself, I'm able to bring more clarity and presence to my interactions. I show up more authentically, more grounded, and better equipped to handle challenges with a calm demeanor. This practice of strategic solitude, the Stoics believed, is an essential part of building inner strength, because it's only when we truly know ourselves that we can lead and inspire others effectively. As we wrap up, take a moment to imagine the impact of these principles in your own life, the quiet confidence, the focused energy, and the unshakable resilience. The Stoics teach us that true strength doesn't come from what others see, but from what we cultivate within. By embracing these timeless principles, you're not just navigating life's challenges, you're mastering them, turning each moment into an opportunity for growth. So, which principle resonates most with you? How will you start applying this wisdom? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's inspire each other to build lives grounded in purpose, resilience, and inner peace. Remember, the journey to wisdom is lifelong, but every step forward brings you closer to the strength you already hold within.
Have you ever found yourself brimming with ideas and ambitions, only to see them fizzle out after a few weeks? Do you often start projects with enthusiasm, but struggle to maintain the momentum needed to see them through? If so, you're not alone. Many people grapple with the challenge of consistency, knowing deep down that they have more to give, more to achieve, and more to experience in this life, but feeling unable to sustain the actions required to reach their full potential. Consistency is the secret ingredient that transforms fleeting efforts into enduring success. It's not about grand gestures or bursts of intense activity, but about the steady, disciplined actions taken day in and day out. In the words of Jim Rohn, success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. This seemingly simple yet profoundly powerful truth is what separates those who merely dream from those who achieve. In this guide, we will explore the essence of consistency and how you can cultivate it in your life. By delving into 3 foundational principles, clarifying your why, accountability, and intentional action, you'll discover the tools and mindset needed to build a life of unwavering discipline and remarkable achievements. This journey is not just about accomplishing goals, it's about transforming your approach to life, embracing a Stoic philosophy that emphasizes resilience, purpose, and relentless commitment. Prepare to unlock the potential within you, to harness the power of consistency, and to achieve the kind of lasting success that most people only ever dream of. Let's embark on this journey together, starting with the first crucial step, clarifying your why. Number 1, clarify your why. To embark on any meaningful journey, you must first understand the deeper reason behind your actions. This is not just about setting goals, it's about uncovering the core purpose that drives you, the why that ignites your passion and keeps you resilient in the face of adversity. When you have a profound reason guiding your actions, you are equipped with an anchor, a steadying force that ensures you remain focused and motivated, no matter how turbulent the waters of life may become. In the philosophy of Stoicism, clarity of purpose is paramount. The ancient Stoics believed that to live a fulfilling life, one must act in harmony with their values and principles. This alignment between your actions and your core beliefs forms the bedrock of true consistency. Ask yourself, what is it that you deeply desire? What values do you hold most sacred? What vision do you have for your life, not just in terms of achievements, but in the way you live and the impact you leave behind? Your why should be a beacon that guides you through the darkest times. Consider the journey of Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher who faced countless challenges during his reign. Despite the immense pressures and adversities, he remained steadfast, driven by a profound sense of duty to his people and a commitment to his philosophical principles. His why was not merely to rule, but to serve as a just and virtuous leader, to live in accordance with the Stoic values of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. In your own life, finding this level of clarity requires introspection and honesty. Reflect deeply on what truly matters to you. Is it the well-being of your family, the pursuit of knowledge, the desire to contribute to your community or make a difference in the world? Your why should resonate with your innermost values and passions, creating a compelling vision that inspires you to persist even when faced with obstacles. Once you have identified your why, let it permeate every aspect of your life. Use it as a touchstone when making decisions, a source of strength when encountering difficulties, and a guiding principle for your daily actions. When your efforts are aligned with this deeper purpose, consistency becomes not just a discipline, but a natural expression of your commitment to your values. Remember, the journey to consistency is not about perfection, but about persistent effort. There will be days when motivation wanes and distractions abound. During these times, return to your why. Let it remind you of the bigger picture, the overarching narrative of your life story. In the words of Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, if a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Your why is that port, a clear destination that ensures you navigate life's challenges with purpose and determination. In conclusion, to cultivate true consistency, you must first clarify your why. This deep, compelling reason will sustain you through challenges, providing the motivation and alignment needed to persist in your efforts. Let your why be the foundation upon which you build your daily actions, ensuring that every step you take is in harmony with your core values and ultimate vision. Number 2, accountability. Once you have clarified your why, the next critical step is to establish a robust system of accountability. In the pursuit of consistency, accountability serves as a crucial mechanism to keep you on track, ensuring that your actions align with your goals and values. By involving others in your journey, you create a support network that not only motivates you, but also holds you responsible for your commitments. Accountability is a principle deeply rooted in Stoicism. The Stoics understood the importance of community and mutual support in maintaining personal discipline. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the influence of his mentors, peers, and the people around him. He acknowledged that while self-discipline is vital, the guidance and encouragement of others can significantly enhance one's ability to remain consistent. To build a system of accountability, start by identifying individuals who can support you in your journey. These could be mentors, coaches, trusted friends, or family members who understand your goals and values. The key is to choose people who will challenge you to stay true to your commitments, offer constructive feedback, and celebrate your successes. These accountability partners should be people who believe in your potential and are willing to invest their time and energy in your growth. In practical terms, setting up regular check-ins with your accountability partners can be immensely beneficial. These sessions can serve as a platform for you to discuss your progress, share challenges, and receive guidance. The mere knowledge that someone else is keeping track of your efforts can be a powerful motivator, compelling you to maintain your discipline and follow through on your plans. Moreover, accountability can extend beyond personal relationships to include formal structures. Joining a group or community that shares similar goals can provide additional layers of support and motivation. Whether it's a professional association, a mastermind group, or an online community, being part of a collective effort can inspire you to stay consistent and committed. One of the significant benefits of accountability is that it helps counteract the human tendency to procrastinate or make excuses. When left to our own devices, it's easy to rationalize why we didn't stick to our plans. However, when we know that we have to report our actions to someone else, we are more likely to push through resistance and uphold our commitments. This external pressure can be a powerful antidote to the internal inertia that often hinders progress. In the Stoic tradition, the concept of accountability also involves self-reflection and personal honesty. Keeping a journal where you record your daily actions, reflect on your progress, and evaluate your adherence to your goals can serve as a personal accountability tool. This practice allows you to take an objective look at your efforts, identify areas for improvement, and reinforce your commitment to consistency. In summary, accountability is a fundamental pillar of consistency. By surrounding yourself with supportive individuals and creating formal structures for regular check-ins, you reinforce your commitment to your goals. This network of accountability partners helps you stay motivated, provides valuable feedback, and ensures that you remain on track. Remember, as the Stoics taught, we are stronger together, and through mutual support and accountability, we can achieve remarkable consistency and success. Number 3, intentional action. With your why clearly defined and a solid accountability system in place, the final piece of the puzzle is to take intentional action. Consistency is not merely a theoretical concept. It is manifested through deliberate, purposeful actions repeated over time. This is where the practical application of your plans takes shape, transforming your goals into tangible outcomes. Intentional action requires you to establish a structured daily routine that supports your objectives. This involves setting specific, manageable tasks that align with your broader goals and breaking them down into actionable steps. The Stoics believed in the power of daily practices and routines to cultivate virtue and excellence. By embedding consistency into your daily life, you create a framework that ensures continuous progress, regardless of external circumstances. Start by identifying the key activities that directly contribute to your goals. These activities should be prioritized in your daily schedule, receiving the attention and focus they deserve. For instance, if your goal is to improve your physical health, dedicate time each day for exercise, meal planning, and rest. If your aim is professional development, Allocate periods for learning, networking, and skill building. The specificity of your actions is crucial. Vague intentions rarely translate into consistent behaviors. To enhance the effectiveness of your daily routine, leverage the power of habits. Habits are automatic behaviors that, once established, require minimal conscious effort to maintain. By transforming your intentional actions into habits, you reduce the mental load associated with decision-making and increase the likelihood of sustained effort. The Stoics, too, emphasize the importance of habituation in their teachings, advocating for the cultivation of positive habits that reinforce virtue and resilience. A practical approach to habit formation involves starting small and gradually building up. Begin with manageable actions that are easy to integrate into your daily routine. For example, if you aim to write every day, start with just 5 minutes of writing each morning. As this habit becomes ingrained, incrementally increase the duration and complexity of the task. This method ensures that the new behavior is sustainable and less likely to be abandoned due to overwhelm. Another effective strategy is habit stacking, where you pair a new habit with an existing one. This technique leverages the power of your current routines to introduce new behaviors seamlessly. For instance, if you already have a habit of drinking coffee every morning, you could use this time to also review your goals for the day or engage in a brief meditation session. By linking new actions to established routines, you create a supportive environment for consistency. In addition to habits, maintaining flexibility in your approach is essential. Life is unpredictable, and rigid plans can easily be derailed by unforeseen events. A Stoic mindset involves accepting the variability of life and adapting your actions accordingly. If a particular task cannot be completed as planned, find alternative ways to stay on course. This adaptability ensures that temporary setbacks do not lead to a complete abandonment of your goals. To reinforce your intentional actions, regularly review and adjust your routines. Reflect on what is working well and identify areas for improvement. This ongoing evaluation allows you to fine-tune your approach, ensuring that your actions remain aligned with your goals and values. The Stoics practice daily self-examination, a process of reflecting on their actions and intentions to cultivate wisdom and virtue. Incorporate this practice into your routine to maintain a clear focus on your path to consistency. In conclusion, intentional action is the practical embodiment of consistency. By establishing structured routines, cultivating positive habits, and maintaining flexibility, you create a sustainable framework for achieving your goals. This deliberate approach, rooted in Stoic principles, ensures that your efforts are focused, purposeful, and resilient in the face of challenges. Embrace intentional action as a cornerstone of your journey towards consistency, and watch as your disciplined efforts transform your aspirations into reality. As we draw this journey to a close, I invite you to reflect deeply on the path ahead. Consistency is not just a practice, it is a commitment to yourself, a vow to honor your deepest values and aspirations every single day. It's about forging a bond with your future self, a promise to strive relentlessly, to show up and to push through, no matter the obstacles that come your way. Imagine the life you could create with unwavering consistency. Picture the goals you would achieve, the growth you would experience, and the impact you could have. See yourself not as someone who merely dreams, but as someone who acts, who perseveres, who makes things happen. This is the power of consistency. It transforms potential into reality and dreams into accomplishments. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Clarify your why. Surround yourself with a circle of accountability and take intentional, disciplined actions every day. Let these principles guide you, and let your commitment to consistency be the cornerstone of your success. In the Stoic tradition, we find wisdom in the face of adversity, strength in the pursuit of virtue, and serenity in the acceptance of life's challenges. Embrace these teachings as you navigate your path. Know that every step you take, no matter how small, is a testament to your resilience and determination. So, as you move forward, carry with you the words of Seneca. It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult. Dare to be consistent. Dare to commit fully to your goals and dreams. Dare to live a life of purpose, passion, and profound fulfillment. Thank you for embarking on this journey. May your path be illuminated with clarity, fortified with discipline, and enriched with the unwavering pursuit of your true potential. The future is yours for the taking. Seize it with all your heart and let your consistency be the force that propels you to greatness.